There are several amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Khan moving to amend House File, and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 580.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I need an oral amendment to fit into the bill.
Representative Khan, you can modify your amendment if you'd like from the floor, if you'll state your oral modification to your amendment for the Chief Clerk.
Yes, that's on line 1.7 and also on line 1.9. After the words general obligation, I would like to add or appropriation bonds.
Chief Clerk will report the modification to the Khan amendment.
Khan is modifying her amendment on line 8 after obligations.
No, line 7.
Okay, all right. On line 7 after general obligation, insert or appropriation. And on line 9 after general obligation, insert or appropriation.
Yes.
Representative Khan, you have your modified amendment before the body. Representative Khan, you have the floor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker and members, this is a really good way to answer all of the people who have written to you and have told you how much they want a Viking Stadium, how much they want this to go on, and how much they want to support it. This is a way, and it is actually not a new process. It's a process that we authorized in the bonding bill in the 2012 special session of the negotiated sales, a temporary authority. This was a bill that Representative Morrow had, and I think I should probably just say a few words and then let him speak because he knows much more than I do about the subject. But this is a really good way to put another backup in terms of the funding. It doesn't displace the funding that we have in the bill, but it does allow a campaign to sell bonds that will support a stadium.
Call the member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Khan. The idea here is to mimic as best we can Lambeau Field. A number of our constituents have asked, why don't we have the public funded? Why don't we have the public be able to buy into it? It's also a way to answer some of the questions that were brought up in Ways and Means and in government operations about having local corporations support the stadium project. So what this does is allow the state to sell bonds in denominations as little as $1,000, and the proceeds would go to help pay the state and the city for its part of the project. So members, if your constituents have asked you to try to replicate Lambeau Field, and if you want to give corporations and others an opportunity to invest in the stadium, this is the amendment to pass.
Discussion to the amendment. Discussion. All those in favor of the Khan amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Tilbury and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A47.
Call the member from Anoka, Representative Tilbury, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular amendment isn't new to us. I brought this amendment earlier in a transportation bill. It was regarding really the definition of building this stadium and what kind of contractors we hire to do such. When we're talking about corporations that have had difficulty in the past, and I used an example, the company URS happened to build or design the particular bridge that actually fell, I-35 bridge. I think I'm the only member in this House that had a personal friend on that bridge. When it went down, that ended Pat's life. One of the things that I would look at, too, in this particular amendment, that's when I was thinking about it and construction of things, and I was thinking of whether or not things were germane or not, and I thought this was actually better to be put under the gambling part of the bill, because lately it's been a gamble with this particular company, and if they were to get a bid in this particular stadium, it would be a gamble to see if it would actually pay off. In other words, the questions that I asked myself of this particular corporation: do corporations figure in their expenses of a project the cost of bridges falling down, or bridges sinking 7 inches like it did in Florida on a Florida bridge that this particular company had? Or maybe we'll look at the Sable Bridge that's actually closed. So the Martin Sable Bridge is closed. No one can go on that one. So as a body here, I'm looking at, does this mean that my friend Pat is only considered as a cost or an expense to be figured in a final project? Again, a question that I asked, being interviewed by NPR and also the Tribune: what does a company have to do, or how many failures does it have to have before we cease doing business with them? I can't let this thing go. This particular bill would allow, or the amendment would allow us as an agency that can't do business with someone that's settled over $50 million. This particular company settled with the bridge victims $52.4 million. $52.4 million. They settled with Florida with that particular item over $70 million. Now, some people have argued and said, well, Representative Tilbury, the costs are going to go up higher when they have to settle. Well, I hope that Pat's life doesn't mean that we're doing that. And I'll stand up every time for that. But I also know that this particular stadium bill is important to Minnesota. I do hope that when we do run this particular bill through, that we watch what we're doing when we're asking for bids from companies. So, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw this amendment at this time.
Representative Tilbury withdraws the A47 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Wagenius and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 1035.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, Representative Morrow, your handout, document provided by the Minnesota Vikings, says with regard to the proposed design and construction that it will be a state-of-the-art venue. And I agree that's what it should be. I think that's what citizens are expecting, and that's a good thing. However, when I look at the bill, the language for the stadium design doesn't say the same thing. And on page 21, line 21.6, it says the team will strive to build a stadium that is environmentally and energy efficient. Well, striving is a pretty weak standard, so I worry that we could end up with an energy hog. It also says that they'll make an effort to build a stadium that is eligible to receive a LEED or Green Building Initiative Green Globes. Make an effort is a very low standard. Again, you can do very little and come up very short for Minnesotans. And on line 21.10, it says that the authorities shall strive to make this stadium design architecturally significant. I think that's not what folks expect. So I just have some language here that changes from a very low standard to an admittedly high standard. We are building a building that we expect to last for decades, to be state-of-the-art, to be efficient, and have low operating costs. And I would ask members to vote for the amendment.
The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, the intent here in the bill is to have this facility be qualified for LEED certification and also the Green Building Initiative, Green Globes. Representative Wagenius's amendment adds a cost that we have estimated at $25 million. That's a pretty heavy cost when we're trying to reduce the cost of this facility. Representative Wagenius, if you wanted to change the word strive to work, we'll work to make the stadium design architecturally significant. We'll work to build a stadium that is, et cetera. If that would help you feel better in terms of the strength of the language, I would accept that. But your amendment as it's drafted has a very big price tag to it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, to say they're going to work to do it is the same as saying they're going to strive to do it. It's a very low standard. They work at it, it doesn't happen. And when you're saying that it is so excuse me, I'm reminded of the bargaining that Representative Simon talked about. And let me give you this example. If you're coming up or going down 35W at the Diamond Lake exit, you'll see a small church off on the northwest corner. It's the church that I go to. It was built in the 1970s when nobody cared anything about energy. And our congregation has voted to become carbon neutral by 2030. That's significant because this is an old building that's being retrofitted, not a brand new building that is being built. So if a small church in South Minneapolis can be carbon neutral and make an old church carbon neutral, I question why in the world this facility can't be the same, and it can't really be state-of-the-art. And I'm particularly perturbed with your response because I was looking at the Star Tribune, and Lori Sturdivant did an interview with some Twin Cities executives, and they were representing about 24 executives in this state. And they're obviously supporting the stadium, and they said, but clearly there's more than money at stake for these two CEOs. They were CEO of US Bank and Ecolabs. They said there's pride. The stadium issue tests whether this generation of leaders will live up to the aspirations of those who came before us. I think maybe I'll read that to you again, since you were distracted. I'm looking at the interview that Lori Sturdivant did with the CEO of US Bank and Ecolabs. And one of the things they were saying is, but clearly there's more than money at stake for Baker and Davis. That's the two CEOs. There's pride. The stadium issue tests whether this generation of leaders will live up to the aspirations of those who came before us. Our business community is trying to set the state of the art on building not just to a LEED standard, but to an energy efficient standard. And that's what I'm trying to get at. If a small church in South Minneapolis can do the job on an old building, then why can't a brand new facility truly be state of the art? Please vote green.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of the Wagenius Amendment, requiring the stadium to use energy efficient technologies and to be state of the art, to be architecturally significant and one could argue the most important way for this century. And members, with this bill, we're putting a whole bunch of money into a stadium. We're putting a whole bunch of public financing into a stadium. And when I think about what we want to use public money for, we want to use it to make the Twin Cities and Minnesota a place where people come to learn about the technologies of the future, to see what the future can look like. We want to go to work, put people to work building that future. And with Representative Wagenius's amendment, we combine one of our great cultural assets with the Vikings with a potential, not a potential, and I think in a lot of ways Minnesota is already leading the way in terms of renewable energy and energy efficiency. But if we add that to the Viking Stadium, it's a huge win for not just the Vikings themselves will be saving money over the long term, but the state of Minnesota as a place that people will come to and look to into how to build a 21st century future. And with Representative Wagenius's amendment, we're going to take a step towards doing that, and I would ask for members' support. And I know Representative Lanning has already talked about the cost with this, and that actually makes me even more nervous about the Strive for language, Representative Lanning, because the Strive for language, if they're doing that calculation and those numbers are correct, and they're not forced to, with this amendment, figure out how to do it in a less expensive way than $25 million, I'm not sure the Vikings are going to do it. I think when we go into conference committee this bill, we need to be very strongly supporting energy efficiency, 21st century energy technologies, and making this stadium a showcase for what's best about this state and how we can meet and create opportunity out of the 21st century challenges.
The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I believe the language in the bill states that we ought to strive, work if you will, to achieve those kinds of results when it comes to energy efficiency and architectural significance. Members, that should be enough. Please vote no on the Wagenius amendment.
Further discussion of the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, would you yield, please?
He will yield, Representative Wagenius.
Folks have questioned me whether when you said you had changed strive to work, whether you meant it in the bill or in the amendment. And I assumed, Representative Lanning, you meant it in the bill.
The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Wagenius, when I offered that suggestion, it was to the bill, an amendment to the bill, not an amendment to your amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is what I heard, but there was some difference of opinion there, so I'm glad you clarified it. Members, our business community has told us that they want to be state of the art. This is being advertised as state of the art, but that's not what the bill says. Members, let's not tell our community one thing and then do another. Let's tell them what we really mean, and in that case, let's vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested, or I'm sorry, there is no roll call on the amendment. All those in favor of the Wagenius amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Purcell moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 607.
Call the member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have a Simple little amendment here. Representative Lanning, I just had a brief time to speak with you. And Representative Morrow. What I have here is an amendment to get some stadium emergency lighting system that would be state-of-the-art and protective and save approximately $200,000 over the life of the stadium. Not a big chunk of change, but it's nothing to sneeze at either. And you see the language in the amendment is pretty specific, and it would need to be that way, Mr. Speaker, in order to accomplish the energy savings that I'm proposing here. Just a little bit of history. This particular type of emergency lighting was in the Twin Towers when they were hit by airplanes 11 years ago. And this lighting photoluminescent technology was credited with saving lives, so much so that the city of New York has mandated this emergency lighting in all buildings over 75 feet. And it's currently used in the Seattle Seahawks Stadium and other venues around the United States. And so it's credited with saving lives. It's a known technology, and it can save some money. I almost hesitate to say that it's LEED certified, Representative Lanning, but it is. So it is a potential opportunity to meet that goal as has been laid out. It costs less to install than regular exit sign and that kind of lighting, and it uses less energy, so less electricity. I ask for a green vote.
The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't know if this is a way of saving some money or not, but members, we could be here all night if we're going to design every little detail of this building. We're going to have a design team. The authority's going to work with the team and trying to find every way they can to save money. Let's not try to micromanage that whole process here tonight. Vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Purcell amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 605.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when Representative Morrow went over the bill in detail in our caucus, I had three main concerns. And one of the concerns is addressed by this amendment, and this addresses the ongoing operation of the stadium facility. My understanding from the information that's been provided to us is that the Vikings will be paying $13.5 million a year, and the city of Minneapolis will be paying $8.5 million a year. But then the stadium authority is on the hook if there's anything more than that. And the stadium authority is us. The general fund, it's backed by the general fund, it's backed by the taxpayers of the state of Minnesota. So what my amendment does is it says instead of any overage being on the backs of the general fund, any overage is on the backs of the NFL team. There's been a lot of discussion as the bill has moved through the process that the Target Center deal was not such a good deal for the city of Minneapolis because the city is obligated to maintain the facility as a first-class facility, and they're on the hook, and they have to keep going back to their taxpayers to cover these expenses. The mayor of the city of Minneapolis said if he would have been the mayor at the time, he thinks maybe he wouldn't have entered into that agreement. And my concern is that we don't get ourselves in the same boat with regard to this stadium that Minneapolis feels that it is in with the Target Center. And it would be my hope that Representative Lanning and Representative Morrow would view this as a friendly amendment.
Call the member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I indicated that the state and the authority are not responsible for any operating costs under this bill. And this language on 1620, the authority is responsible for operating cost overruns. I'm not exactly sure how that could be given other provisions in the bill, especially with what we did in the Garofalo amendment. So members, I'm not in a position to accept this at this point. I'm not sure I fully understand what the impact of this amendment might be.
Member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to join Representative Lanning in opposing this amendment as well. With regards to the operating costs, this is something that's been negotiated with the City of Minneapolis as well as with stakeholders. I made particular attention to the fact that when I offered the amendment earlier on that we did not want to mess with the local partnership at the local level that Mayor Ryback was involved with. And members, I think we've pushed this amendment, this process to a responsible state commitment. I want to ask members to vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Representative Hortman requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from, I'm sorry, Representative Hortman, you still have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, I respect that the City of Minneapolis and the Vikings and the negotiators on behalf of the state so far have agreed to this term sheet, which you radically changed with your amendment because of the constituents that you represent. And I feel that even though I'm a supporter of this, and I've got my purple shirt on and my purple socks on, I do think I have a job to do to represent the people in my district who support this and the people who don't support it to get the best possible deal for the state of Minnesota. So I think it's only reasonable to expect that any operating cost overruns would be borne by the NFL team that's operating at the site.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lanning. I agree with you, and I'm also tending to agree with Representative Hortman as well. I think that ideally we will have that third-party operator, and we want the third-party operator to be responsible for all operating cost overruns. And members, I would hope that the conference committee members would push for that idea and see how we can refine it to make it clear that the state or the authority won't be carrying the operating cost overruns. It actually will be borne by the third-party operator. I tend to agree with Representative Hortman on bringing the amendment. There might be a couple language things that need to be fixed in the next paragraph, but the concept to me is sound.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Morrow yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Morrow, I think I agree with the Hortman amendment actually rather strongly. And I'm curious, in the section C before the line that Representative Hortman is dealing with, it talks about the authority establishing an operating reserve to cover operating expense shortfalls. And it says that it can accept funds from any source to build up that operating reserve. And it's important to notice, members, that the Stadium Authority is actually listed as a state entity in the bill. And so I'm curious, maybe before we vote on this, if you could explain how that operating reserve fund works and what those possible sources are to build that reserve, so we have some sense for what the state is on the hook for and what we're not in terms of operating cost overruns.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Downey. I mean, the sources, it would include the team's rent, which will be increasing, I think it's 3% annually. It will be the City of Minneapolis's part of the operating expense. Other sources could be revenue that's derived from the facility from non-NFL events. We know that there are going to be 300 plus events in the facility over a given year. Those events also might add to the operating cost excess, so you could put money in as well. But taking your second part of your question, if I followed correctly, I do think we need to work on this idea a little bit, because C, D, and E refer to the authority, and I'm not sure if just replacing authority in D with team will work in conjunction with paragraphs C and E. And that's why I was expressing a little bit of uncertainty how it would work to fix one part and not the other two.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Morrow. These are all good questions, and I'm trying to remember and recreate in my own mind how the operating reserve works and who kind of owns it. But I'm just reading the entire set of sections here, and I think Representative Hortman's amendment has real merit, and I would suggest that we make that change. I know there are a lot of folks that are nervous about who actually holds the bag for overruns both on the construction and the operating costs, and I think I would feel much more confident, regardless of my vote here on the bill, to know that that was transferred to the NFL team, and then during conference, if it needs to be worked out a little more intelligently, then it could be done so. So I'd urge a green vote on the Hortman amendment.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to understand this. If I remember right, the Vikings are going to use this 10 days out of the year, and then a lot of other people are going to use this throughout the year. And we're going to make the Vikings responsible for what all the other stuff going on. This makes no sense, members. This is not right. This should be the Stadium Authority. Please vote no.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Downey, I was looking in the term sheet to see if I could give you a more complete answer than I gave you a moment ago. And members, what it says about operations in the term sheet is that the authority and the team will mutually agree upon an experienced private stadium management company to manage the stadium on behalf of the authority and the team. And they will mutually agree on certain major vendors who will provide services, etc. What I would say is the better way to do this might be to simply direct the authority and the team to A, use a third-party operator, and B, ensure that that third-party operator be responsible for operating cost overruns. That might be the better way to get to the idea that I think Representative Hortman is right to bring, get the state out of the operating cost overrun risks. So I think it might be better to direct the authority and team to do that.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McNamara had just about said what I want to say is what we're doing here in this is making the team that's renting this building 10, hopefully 12 days a year, making them responsible for all the operating costs. So if somebody there that for the monster truck pull in January or for the Hmong New Year leaves a bunch of lights on or runs a bunch of, uses a bunch of more energy, the Vikings are on the hook for that. And I don't think that's right to charge the one renter for what other renters do. It would be like me living in an apartment and my neighbor leaves his lights on all day, but I have to pay more electricity because my neighbor can't walk around in the dark. And I leave all my lights off and don't use a lot of electricity. This is the wrong approach to do that. The better approach is to do it, and what they talked about is setting up a third-party authority to run the stadium and put them on the hook, pay them a fixed price, and they need to do and operate it as best as possible to save money.
Further discussion. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, members, I support the Hortman amendment. I think she is onto something here. The only reason we're entertaining this bill today is because of the Vikings. Would it not be for a need for them to have a different facility, we would not be here today for this particular item. And so to suggest that the monster truck pull or something else should be responsible for the liability in the case that there's cost overruns doesn't seem quite right. Members, I support the amendment and urge your support as well.
Further discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Hortman, this is not just a simple amendment as it may seem, and I would be willing to commit in a conference committee, if we get there, to be able to work this out to a satisfactory conclusion to address your point and your concern. I agree with Representative Morrow in terms of directing the authority to enter into this agreement, third-party agreement, to work this whole thing out. So Representative Hortman, I would hope you'd be willing to withdraw. I will commit to working with you and trying to resolve this issue in conference.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hortman, in looking at the language, there may be a way to get to the goal. If we look at page 16, we could delete D entirely, and then in E, replace the word may on 1622 with shall. And I wonder if that would then get us to the same place.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if the bill would have gone through the tax committee, we could have had these kind of detailed financing discussions there, but I understand there weren't the votes to get it through there. Representative Morrow, I think the permutations with the language should happen in conference committee. I would like the sense of the House to be that the financial bag at the end of the day is not going to be left with the taxpayers of Minnesota, and that we're not going to be in the kind of uncomfortable situation we are with the Target Center. On page 15, we're agreeing as a stadium authority, the state of Minnesota, to operate the facility in a first-class manner similar to and consistent with stadiums such as Lucas Oil Field. I mean, we're agreeing to just top-notch standards. And so I understand a third party may operate. I'm concerned about the money and who kicks in the money at the end of the day. And I know when they rent to the monster truck rally, they will make the monster truck rally pay the costs of being there that day and any damage that they cause. But at the end of the day, if the stadium's not making money, I don't want the taxpayers of Minnesota to pick up the tab, because the only reason we do need to build it is because the Vikings are asking us to do that. So I think this is reasonable. I think it's a minor term, and I think the language can be fixed in conference.
Discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since Representative Hortman didn't like my suggestion, I urge a no vote.
Discussion. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion or roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 65 nays, the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment that asks the clerk report the next amendment.
Lawful moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 625.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Lawful. Present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've been told that the expansion of lawful gambling in this bill is to benefit our existing charities, and they're currently now working in our bars and throughout Minnesota. But the bill, as it's drafted, actually opens up new venues to compete with them, including off-sale liquor stores, a place where I don't think anyone expects to go in and pick up the six-pack and then go sit in the back and play electronic bingo or electronic pull tabs. And it also allows an unlimited number of new bingo halls. And I think that, you know, the organizations that have been working so hard to try to get relief really want to have a chance to try this out, see what's happened. It hasn't been used elsewhere. And So this would say we're not going to open it up to off-sale liquor stores or to additional new bingo halls that might sprout up, and all of a sudden the Lions Club or the youth athletics or whatever is operating in your area suddenly finds themselves with 8 or 10 competitors at a time when they thought they were going to start to see some growth in their own business plan. There's real concerns, I think, from some areas that are having a real hard time filling storefronts, that they're going to have a lot of these bingo-only halls opening up and taking a chance that this is the way to create a new business opportunity for themselves. And so I want you to know it's really important to understand that there is no fiscal impact on this. The Gambling Control Executive Director and the people who prepared the fiscal note have assured me and our fiscal staff, our nonpartisan fiscal staff, that the revenue projections do not assume that we're going to start having this happening in the back of liquor stores, or that we're going to have large numbers of new exclusive bingo halls. And instead, this would just say all growth will happen in the venues that we're used to having it happen, which is in the on-sale bars and restaurants in our communities. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Discussion. The member from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, I would ask you to oppose this amendment. While I understand what Representative Lawful is trying to do, right now, currently, you could buy paper pull tabs in a liquor store if they wanted to put them in there. I go to a liquor store a fair amount, and I've never seen paper pull tabs in there. They're not going to put them in there, and I don't think we should do anything that prevents charities from getting more money, and that's exactly what this amendment would do. So I would respectfully ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, what Representative Kriesel just told you is right on. Liquor stores have the opportunity to be sites for paper pull tab games of chance now, but if you know anything about games of chance, they simply don't work. There simply is no interest in them in liquor stores. And lastly, I would ask you to oppose this because it would have a chilling effect on business decisions by charities and private businesses who may want to reconnect and re-engage and reestablish a relationship between your charities in your communities and your businesses in your communities to become sites for lawful gambling. So please vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and with due respect to Representative Loeffler, I know where you're trying to go with this, but on an amendment that I offered, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes ago, that was voted down, I shared with you some concerns that I think many across Minnesota share, and that is with respect to the credibility, the viability of the revenue stream. We've got good recommendations, good estimates that we hope we can believe in. But if we can't, and I respect the body's wishes not to take up the amendment that I offered earlier, but I don't think that we should do anything that may handicap or possibly hamstring this revenue source, particularly since it is dedicated to paying for a facility over a 20-year period of time. So with all due respect, Representative Loeffler, I don't think this is a good way to go, and I'd suggest that we oppose the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I actually think this is if we don't do this, we are more likely to hamstring the revenue streams of the charities, because there's only going to be so much gambling in any one community to go around. And if you spread it out amongst 5 or 10 venues, up and down Main Street where you've got a lot of vacancies. A lot of us in the metro area could easily find a lot of empty storefronts that someone would rent for almost paying the cost of utilities. Then it means everybody gets not enough to move ahead, and you end up with the kind of economic development that people aren't hoping for on their main streets. And so I think this is a walk before you run. There's no revenue estimates based on any of these new venues, and I think this would honor those who have hung in there and offered this kind of service in their communities. It has no limit on the number of on-sale site licenses, and so there's plenty of growth opportunities here.
Further discussion? Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Lawful amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. Amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment to this. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Kath is moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 592.
Call the member from Steele. Representative Kath, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move first to an author's amendment to delete lines 2.6 and 2.7. It was handled in an amendment earlier by Representative Garofalo.
You are allowed to modify your amendment if you'll state your modification for the Chief Clerk. The Chief Clerk will then report the modification. Representative Kath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remove lines 2.6 and 2.7. It deals with naming rights, and Representative Garofalo handled that in one of his prior amendments.
Chief Clerk will report the modification to the Kath amendment.
Kath is modifying his amendment 592 as follows on page 2, delete lines 6 and 7.
Member from Steele, Representative Kath. The amendment is in the order the author wishes. Please present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think this is another go-around at some users' fees, taking a look at a way that we can offset some of the costs of the stadium by dealing with the people that are going to be in attendance at the events at this facility. I think all of us would agree, as we attend different functions throughout the state at public facilities, that we do have to have a sense of ownership or a requirement to pay for our attendance there, and part of that would be the infrastructure as well as the venue itself or the event itself. What this amendment does is it deals with an admissions tax on tickets as well as on the suites, looking at about 10% there, as well as on concessions or sales of items within the stadium itself. Beyond that, that is approximately about $13 million that can be addressed there, allowing us to offset what we see with the e-pull tabs, and just another thing to take into conference committee to hopefully get this bill in a negotiated point. So I would stand for any questions and hope to see a green vote.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kath, where, in your amendment, where are the offsets to remove the existing revenue streams in your amendment?
The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
There are not. What it does is to make sure that these that were actually in the original bill that were going to be used as a blink-on is saying let's bring them in as revenue, so then we know that if there are any problems within the e-pull tab revenue, that there would be enough there that we wouldn't be looking at any other general fund expenditures.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as earlier, there were some amendments that our side of the aisle voted down that would have been poison pills to the minority party. This is a tax increase that's going to be a poison pill to this side of the aisle, and urge a no vote.
Discussion. The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to say that these are, to myself, a user's fee. These are the individual things that we're going to see the members that are the individuals that are going to go to this stadium. They're going to be the ones that take pride in having this facility, and they should have to pay for that. And I don't think it's too much to ask for the people that are going to be buying a ticket for these events. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Kath has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Further discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members urge a no vote.
Discussion to the Kath amendment. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 44 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hackbarth moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 628.
Call the member from Minoka, Representative Hackbarth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right away, I'd like to ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Representative Hackbarth requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Minoka, Representative Hackbarth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, you can read the heading on the amendment. It's additional debt service funding and funded with the sale of fireworks. All the sales tax dedicated to paying off the debt service on this bill from the sales tax that's going to be collected on fireworks sales. Members, this bill passed the House 77 to 50. It passed the Senate 48 to 17, and I think the governor regrets vetoing the bill, so I'd recommend a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise in support of this amendment. Around here, it's kind of about compromise. It's kind of about figuring out what helps people support something or not support something. I think this would add to the revenue stream for the state, but it would also be a very popular a way to let Minnesotans enjoy their 4th of July and other events and festivities that they like to enjoy in our state. And so I rise in support of this. I think it could be a way to help lift this bill into passage and fly to the governor's office. Thanks.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 47 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Wardlow and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 590.
Call the member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is about freedom of employment. It is about freedom of employment for those people that are to be employed at what is being called the People's Stadium. Members, this amendment is very simple. It's about the manner and mode in which people may bargain and negotiate and contract for employment terms that are otherwise lawful. It is very simple. This is what it does. It allows people to negotiate on their own or in connection with the union or in connection with several others or in connection with a particular union or a competing union or no union or with a labor organization or with some of their friends. It gives people the right to negotiate and contract for employment terms without regard to any third party or association. And it means that we place trust in the people of Minnesota to determine for themselves how best to employ their labor, how best to organize themselves. We allow unions to compete against each other in the context of this stadium. This protects members the fundamental freedom, fundamental individual freedom to earn one's living and to strive for success in the manner in which each individual sees fit. It's a small step towards broader employment freedom in our state. So I urge a green vote and I request a roll call.
Representative Wardlow has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Once again, this would be an embarrassment for us. Are we really trying to dive down the wages, especially of our lower income people in this state? That's what this does. On top of it, this is another poison pill you're just trying to insert in here. This is the thing that you're trying to keep bringing up, and your caucus has prevented from coming up on the floor. We all know that this isn't going to sell, and it's just an attempt to drive down wages for poor people.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Wardlow described this as a small step. It's not a small step, it's a huge step. It would have us authorize the building of the Viking Stadium by contractors and workers from everywhere but Minnesota. Bad idea. It would authorize workers to negotiate with employers so that they could work for less. Why would they do that? Bad idea, poison pill, hurts Minnesota, hurts the Viking Stadium, hurts Minnesota workers, and hurts the community. Vote no.
Further discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Here we go again. This will kill our efforts to try and bring a stadium. Vote no.
Discussion. Further discussion. Seeing the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, one final quick comment. This amendment is designed to strengthen unions. Think to yourselves, what is stronger? There's no need for laughter. That is my intent here. Because there are many different kinds of institutions in society, and government is one of them. Institutions that are voluntarily organized and natural, you might say organic, are good because they act as fundamental bulwarks to encroachments on our liberties at the hands of government. And unions can play a role in that regard. But they can't play a role in that regard when they have monopoly power to exclude other unions and to prevent people from bargaining for contract terms with regard to employment on their own. An organization, an association, is always stronger if it's made up of members who all want to be a part of the organization. So this amendment stands for employee freedom. It is a small but significant step towards a more competitive business climate in Minnesota and broader employee freedom statewide. And it also stands for stronger voluntary unions. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 91 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Knuth and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 1030.
Calling the member from Ramsey, Representative Knuth, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I ask you to support my amendment. What this amendment does is bring some fairness to the bill for, I think, one of the most, or I think actually the most effective, straightforward, hardworking potential partner the Vikings had in this whole stadium process, and that's the City of Arden Hills and Ramsey County. I represent Arden Hills, and so although I have not discussed much about the Viking Stadium publicly, I've spent many, many hours listening to people in our community, meeting with Ramsey County officials, meeting with Arden Hills City Council officials, and members, you probably know more about my district than you did a year ago, and I have Ramsey County and the Vikings to thank for that, because Arden Hills is home to the biggest development opportunity in the metro area, I think in the state. You know, we're talking about the Viking Stadium downtown right now, but Arden Hills is home to nearly 500 acres of land, less than 10 miles from either downtown. This land, the reason it's not developed already is because it's the site of the former Twin Cities Army ammunition plant, and there's significant demolition work and cleanup work that needs to happen on this site. But one of the benefits of the Vikings working with Ramsey County to try to move a stadium forward in Arden Hills is that the Army actually, or the federal government did actually come to the table and negotiate with the county a price for this piece of land and for the county to purchase this land. And that price tag is $28.5 million. May sound like a lot of money, but just a few years ago when the city was working with Ryan companies to develop this piece of property, they were looking at a $40 million price tag. So this $28.5 million price tag is a good deal for Arden Hills, for the county, for the metro, and for the state. And the other thing that's important to note, members, about this deal, that this agreement, the agreement that the county has with the federal government, is that it expires in August. The federal government, understandably, is not willing to tie their hands for forever, waiting around for financing to come through from somewhere. So the Ramsey County only has until August to move forward on purchasing this piece of land and cleaning it up and putting it into productive use for our community and our state. And so Arden Hills and Ramsey County were really great partners with the Vikings. You know, you looked at the pages and pages of documentation they had. They were, in terms of the proposal on the site, they were very serious with their proposal, and I think it shows just how good a partner Ramsey County will be in developing this site. And so, members, I ask for support to make sure that all that work in Arden Hills and Ramsey County is not lost on the biggest development opportunity in the state right now, and that we move forward in purchasing this piece of property so we can get it cleaned up and put it back into productive use.
Discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Knuth, I'm very sympathetic to the need for that property to get cleaned up. It's long overdue to get cleaned up. But this is not the way to do it, members. If we were to accept this, we're going to have a whole string of amendments who want appropriations from the revenue that's raised here. Please vote no.
Discussion. The member from Rams, Representative Mahoney.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And you heard my speech earlier tonight about the Arden Hills site. It is 430 acres plus another 100 and some odd acres of land that's developable within 10 miles of both downtowns. Understand that there is Medtronic, St. Jude's, Cummings Engineering, Par Nuclear, all of them are out there. There's 4 corners of that particular neck of the woods. 3 corners of that corner at the 694-35 interchange have been developed. This is the last one to be developed, and it will be a prime site. The Arden Hills in that area can become the next Bloomington, but we do need to start by cleaning up this particular site. So with that, I hope Representative Knuth's amendment and my amendment will move forward.
Discussion. Member from Ramsey, Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And while I appreciate Representative Lanning's sympathy, I hope Arden Hills can get, in Ramsey County, can get more out of the significant work that they've put in to make progress on cleaning up this site and developing it. I do understand that this opens up the bill to a number of other different amendments in terms of spending this money on different things, different investments. I do think Ramsey County is in a different position than any other potential any other potential investment we could make using this funding because of the seriousness with which they took their proposal for a potential Viking stadium at the TCAP site and the real progress they made working with the federal government to get what I think is a very good deal for Ramsey County and for the state. That $28.5 million does include cleanup of the site. They actually have a contract for cleanup of the site that's capped at $20.5 million, so there wouldn't be any cost overruns that either the county or the state would take on. And as Representative Mahoney said, this is the biggest opportunity for cleanup and redevelopment in the metro area. I mean, we're basically, members, if you're not quite sure where this site is, it's basically at the intersection of 694 and 35W. About a half-mile from there. There's significant freeway work already going on in the area at the Snelling, 694, Highway 10 intersections. You may have experienced that already if you're coming in from the North Metro. So this is a huge opportunity, not just for my constituents, but for the North Metro and for the state as a whole. And I ask members, I won't be here next year to continue working on this particular project, but I ask members to not forget the seriousness with which Ramsey County takes this development opportunity, and I ask members to think hard about making significant state investments in that part of the metro area because it'll pay huge dividends for the state into the future, and this may not be the best place for it, so with that, members, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Representative Knuth withdraws the A12-1030 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Dabney and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 596.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney, to-year amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, one of the challenges that we have with sports venues in Minnesota today that falls on the back of the taxpayers is the two existing venues in the two central cities, Target Center in Minneapolis, the Excel Center in St. Paul. They compete with each other not to the benefit of fans, but to the benefit of promoters. They were developed differently, they've got different governance structures, they have different approaches, but what they do is provide promoters the opportunity to pit one venue against the other in negotiations. When a performer is going to come to town, the promoter walks away with more of the money and the taxpayers are left with more of the bill. The 596 amendment requires that the two cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul, that own these venues work together by 2014 on having a common structure for marketing, promoting, and scheduling events. This will limit promoters' abilities to pit the two venues against taxpayers and increase the efficiencies for the taxpayers who own these two facilities. I ask for your support on this important government reform initiative. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken a lot today, but I just wanted to highlight the idea that, you know, who said Minneapolis and St. Paul can't compromise? When Representative Dabney brought this to me, came to me with an idea, I said, sure, the best idea would just be close the Target Center down and move the Wolves. And this is the compromise. And we talked to the both venues, both cities, and vetted the language, and they actually are trying to work towards this. They would like this particular language so that, because there is a antitrust provision, if they talk to each other, unless they're directed by a state agency or state government to talk to each other. And as Representative Dabney said, it's really not the cities that are losing the money, it is the taxpayers of those cities that are losing the money. And the people who are making the money are people who don't live here. They're promoters and musicians and performers. And we should really do this. And I hope you can just accept this, Representative Lanning, into the bill, and we'll work towards a solution to this problem.
Call the member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the two cities would be well advised to do this. I don't like the idea of our mandating it in this bill because it raises a whole lot of other questions in terms of if the state's going to mandate this, what's the state going to do to provide further assistance with regard to that whole thing? And members, please vote no.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, as we discussed earlier, the effective date for this is put out until 2014 to allow the two cities to explore this. Sometimes, even when people know it's the right thing to do, they need a little nudge, a little push. Both cities were involved in the development of this language and the vetting of this language, so this is not the state playing Bigfoot on the two cities. This is the state establishing a structure. And to your last concern, this actually reduces the risk to the state that we'll have to provide additional assistance in the future because of the burdens of these venues. This saves money for the taxpayers, establishes a structure that the two cities can work with, and I ask for members' support on this amendment.
Member from Rams, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure Representative Lanning was busy with his bill and didn't hear that unless a government entity directs both these organizations to talk to each other, they can be sued for antitrust. So we as a legislative body have to tell these two city entities to talk to each other. Otherwise, they will be sued, and any lawyer, almost any lawyer can tell you that they would lose. The two venues would lose, and we would suffer damages plus our taxpayers. So again, Representative Lanning, we have to have, our cities have to be directed by a state agency. Please just take this to conference and check it out a little bit more. And it certainly can be taken out in conference if you find something dramatically wrong with it. But unless someone tells our cities to talk, they can't, and our taxpayers will suffer.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lanning yield to a question?
He will yield, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, I'm sorry, I'm scrambling through the delete all and I couldn't find it. Can you explain what happens at the end of the term of the bonds or the anticipated terms of the state bonds with the Minneapolis Convention Center tax? My recollection is that it's extended for a period of time and that the possible approved uses for that could be for the Target Center in Minneapolis.
Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Downey, my understanding would be that at the end of what we're authorizing in this bill, the legislature would have to determine at that point whether those taxes would be allowed to continue and for what purpose.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Downey. Further discussion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully this will be the last time I get up, but I think some members are asking why put this in this bill. And I think the nexus is this. The new Viking Stadium will present yet another challenge to the two existing venues when it comes to performers coming to town. it will exacerbate the existing problems of competition between the two venues by adding a third new, cooler, hipper venue that promoters are going to want to schedule and create further problems for these two venues. That's the nexus between this amendment and a new Viking stadium. Again, members, because of that and the opportunity to reform this situation and save taxpayers money, I ask for your support.
Discussion. Further discussion to the Davney amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Davney amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. No. Amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Winkler moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 609.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to present your amendment.
First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to incorporate an amendment.
State your modification for the Chief Clerk.
On line 1.9, I'd like to strike state lottery and insert gambling control board.
The Chief Clerk will report the modification by the author.
Winkler is modifying his amendment, coded 609, as follows. On page 1, line 9, delete state lottery and insert gambling control board.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your modified amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did speak with Representative Lanning about this amendment. I think he is open to it. I've also spoken with the stadium negotiators about this, and they are also willing to accept this amendment. Members, this is an amendment that I think helps both fans and taxpayers. The fans are helped because they have a chance to put some money down with the chance to win a seat or a pair of seats or a set of seats, depending on how many end up getting lotteried or raffled for Vikings games for the 30-year period of the lease. A lot of fans will never be able to afford these seats, much less season tickets or much less season tickets for these number of years, but a lot of people can afford the money to put down a chance to actually win it. Taxpayers are helped because if this is feasible, if it's capable of bringing in any money, all it does is get rid of the debt service obligation that much faster. So members, this doesn't hurt anything, it doesn't disrupt anything, it doesn't displace anything. It adds a potential funding stream that I think is original and may work. And members, if you look at fundraising emails or fundraising events around the country, this is becoming more and more common. Some Democratic members might know that the Obama campaign recently started raising money for a dinner at George Clooney's house, and I think their event raised something like $12 million. I think that's a record. $6 million of the $12 million came from people who basically contributed to the campaign and had a chance to attend the dinner. So this kind of raffle idea can generate real money, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and they don't have to conduct it. But if the authority determines that it's something that could actually generate money, then they can do that, and it would just offset the public contribution. So members, I'd appreciate your support.
Discussion, the member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Since the Winkler amendment does not mandate this, but rather says the authority shall study the feasibility, I'm okay. I would not object to it for that reason.
Discussion. Further discussion. All those in favor of the Winkler amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hartman moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 604.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Hartman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment goes to the second of my concerns that was raised when Representative Morrow went over the bill with us in detail in caucus. And one of my concerns was that the taxpayers would be holding the bag for cost overruns on construction. When the 80-page delete all amendment was posted this weekend, and then I went back to make my amendment fit the new language, It appears to me that it's possible that they have addressed the cost overrun issue, and I think if Representative Morrow and Representative Lanning can address for the body so that we all understand and can explain to our constituents how construction cost overruns work in the new 80-page amendment, I may be able to withdraw my amendment.
Representative Hortman withdraws her amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the possibility of being able to withdraw it if I got a good explanation.
Apologize, Representative Hortman. Calling the member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hortman. On page 14 of the delete all lines 1429 and following, you'll see that, especially on 1432, provided that the authority shall bid project construction in a manner that any cost overruns are the responsibility of the successful bidder and not of the authority or the state. The authority shall not accept responsibility for cost overruns and shall not be responsible for cost overruns if the authority has authorized the NFL team to provide the management. So we did try this weekend to address the very legitimate concern you had raised and others had raised that the authority or the public might be on the hook for construction cost overruns, and this was our attempt to address that.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent explanation, and it does lead me to withdraw my amendment. But I did want to have that conversation because I do think the public should know that they are not on the hook for construction cost overruns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Hortman withdraws the RA 12604 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 1022.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this was my third and final concern, that the state of Minnesota was going to be fronting the $150 million contribution by the city of Minneapolis, and then the city of Minneapolis would be paying the state back with the convention center tax revenue. I felt that the state's contribution was too high and the Vikings could do more, and what this amendment would do would be to have the Vikings front the $150 million contribution by the city of Minneapolis and get paid back later. But, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of the adoption of the Garofalo amendment, I think the deal is getting more balanced, and I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Hortman withdraws her amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Falk and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 608.
Calling the member from Swift, Representative Falk, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is amendment to the bill that's looking at the long-term possibility for the state of Minnesota. And this is really for the fans and ultimately for protecting the people who are paying for the stadium. And so this amendment basically stipulates as part of the contract in signing the lease that the state of Minnesota would have the right of first refusal if the current ownership structure or the current ownership would choose to sell the team. And so as a result, the state of Minnesota would have the option to create a Minnesota Vikings Incorporated or other entity that would allow for public ownership, very similar to what the Green Bay Packers has. And I would say, speaking directly to the fans out there, that I would challenge that most of them would love to have the same opportunity that the Green Bay Packers have had in their ownership structure. And one of the reasons why this makes a lot of sense for the state or for us to go and do is because when we are investing in the facility, that's a facility that we want to live for a period of 30 or 40 years. And as time goes on, that facility is likely to decrease in value. The asset will age. Contrary to the value of the team itself, which as time has shown, the value increases. And so this is a way to more closely align the value that we are putting into the stadium with the value of the team. So this is the thing to protect the people of Minnesota, the taxpayers, the people who are building the stadium, but to also encourage the current ownership to be a long-term partner in the effort. Because if the intention is just to go and sell the team quickly once the stadium is done, this puts the people of Minnesota in the driver's seat to at least have an option to be a potential buyer. And I know that oftentimes the argument will be brought up that, well, the NFL ownership or the NFL internal agreements may not want to permit this. I didn't swear an oath to the NFL leadership. I took an oath to go and protect and fight for the people of Minnesota, the people of my district, to go and work on their behalf. And so really what this does is it allows the people of Minnesota to have the first option of refusal if the team is sold. Members, I would ask for your support.
Discussion, the member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would not be approved by the NFL. This is not something we can do and add to this bill. Please vote no.
Discussion, the member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lanning, I respect your work that you've put into this. I know we'd spoke about this earlier. I hope that you would have accepted this and brought it to conference. The NFL's rules are not static. They are dynamic. They are able to change. It's a question of what we are willing to do as representatives of the people of Minnesota. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call on this.
Representative Falk has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker, this is to the members of the DFL caucus. I hope you realize that people are watching us, and I hope they realize how stupid we look.
Further discussion to the amendment. Further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Green votes aye. There being 19 ayes and 112 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Clark and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 627.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Clark, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment deals with public housing infrastructure bonding, and it authorizes $400 million in housing infrastructure bonding for the purpose of repair and renovation of public housing throughout the state, and it provides the $29.6 million of annual appropriations needed for the debt service. I want to point out that it uses the same type of appropriation bonding that is being used to build the stadium in this bill, and at the same cost. And interestingly enough, it creates the same number of construction jobs. It's one of the reasons that I asked you to support it. The funding would come from excess funding generated, if there is any. And I just want to point out, colleagues, that this proposal would help pay for this unbelievable backlog of serious repairs and renovations that are needed by our publicly owned housing that are falling apart across the state. Some of you probably have public high-rises that house our elderly, our disabled, our veterans, and some of the other housing that house family. That public housing is deteriorating in almost every county in Minnesota, and it just so happens that the amount that we heard was needed in the Housing Committee and the Jobs Committee to repair that public housing is almost exactly the same amount that is being requested in the stadium bill for the housing for the Vikings. So we have 124 local housing authorities across the state, 210 cities across Minnesota have public housing, and I did pass out a map that shows you where your public housing authorities are located. We heard that, well, I guess I should just say, we did pass a little bit of help for this deteriorating public housing in the bonding bill. It was only $5.5 million, which is about 1% of the need, about 1% of the $400 million that was reported to us as needed in that committee. And again, as I pointed out earlier, it's of almost the same amount that we're asking to be bonded for the publicly funded appropriation bonding in here for the Vikings. So again, my suggestion is that we simply match the bonding that we're doing in this bill to fund the stadium for the Vikings with the same kind and same amount of bonding for our deteriorating public housing. And just a reminder, our constituents live in this public housing, and they are generally elderly, disabled, veterans, and again, some families, and we all represent them. One of the differences is that they live in their housing every day of the year. As I understand it, the Vikings are going to be using their stadium, their housing, for maybe 10 to 20 times days a year. The average income of 2/3 of those who live in our public housing that urgently needs this repair and renovation is about $12,000 annually. And you can compare that to the average income of our Vikings players, who probably are receiving millions in their annual income, and certainly the owners who are multimillionaires in terms of their income. So this is a really big difference, and I hope you'll think of this as a matter of economic justice. The other point I can make is that there are no harmful side effects of this particular bonding proposal. We're not expanding legalized gambling. We're not, and all the problems that come with that. That's not what we're doing here. Addiction, prostitution, poverty, family breakup. We're not funding that with this. Instead, we're giving people fixed up roofs over their heads. Representative Benson's earlier revelation that the social costs of gambling are estimated at 3 to 1 compared to the benefits are countered in this amendment because, again, there are real benefits here. We're preventing homelessness, preventing the unhealthy living conditions of some of our elderly and most vulnerable adults and children that come with this deteriorating public housing. One of the other things with renovation is that we will be improving the energy efficiency and cut the heating and cooling costs. But I want to point out that one of the reasons I really wanted to work on this amendment is that one of the most important benefits are the jobs that would be created, the construction jobs. Thousands of direct construction jobs would be created by housing, construction renovation. Again, this is existing housing, it's not new housing. Housing experts estimate that approximately 17 construction jobs are created for every $1 million that we spend on housing construction. So that's about 7,000 direct construction jobs. Same number we heard earlier for the stadium. It's an interesting coincidence. And then there are all the indirect construction jobs plus the indirect other jobs that are happening in the community. And one of the other things to point out is that this funding will go for construction throughout the whole state. It's not just in one place. So again, we just have to look at the fact that we have a major housing crisis. If we do not repair and renovate this housing, we really cannot afford to let this housing deteriorate. We can't replace it. It would cost many more times to replace it if we let it continue to deteriorate. So I just ask you to provide a green vote for this. We know that year after year, all across Minnesota, we hear from our public housing community that their housing is falling apart. It might be the St. Cloud HRA, the Dakota County CDA, the Southeast Multi-County HRA headquartered in Wabasha, the Moorhead PHA in Clay County, the Fergus Falls, Otter Tail County, the HRA of South St. Paul, the HRAs in Minneapolis and St. Paul, all across the whole state. So I just want to urge you and ask you to vote for this. It's a jobs bill, it's a housing bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Representative Clark has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is another example of trying to spend some money that we don't have. Please vote no.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 7, we're talking about, oops, that's the wrong amendment. Under this amendment, this greatly expands the size and scope of the bill. In addition, the title does not appear to be related to the current bill, and I would ask you to take the point of order as being well taken that the motion is not germane.
Advice. The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this was carefully drawn so that it is germane. It comes under the miscellaneous part, Article 5, and under that article there are different opportunities for deciding where money would go. Amateur sports use, high school league, this is one other, so it's certainly as appropriate as they are. And it only uses excess funding, Representative Garofalo, so we're not expanding the amount of money that's being available here.
Advice. Seeing no further advice, having Representative Garofalo rising under point of order 3.21. If you're hearing the advice, Representative Garofalo and Clark, I find the Garofalo point of order is well taken. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk report the next amendment.
Rukavina and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 575.
Calling the member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a correction to make, if I could, just an oral amendment on line 1.1.
Representative Rukavina, please state your modification of your amendment for the Chief Clerk.
Mr. Speaker and Bino, it should be House File 1485, the 6th engrossment, and then on line 1.3 it should read page 12 after line 25.
Representative Rukavina, I believe that's the way the amendment was drafted.
Okay, because the original one was a little different. Thank you.
You're good to go. Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina, to your amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, members, first of all, it was a long night. I was tossing and turning, you know, and I didn't get to sleep at all. And then I got up at 5 o'clock after sleeping very little and drove down here with a tire that was losing air. I even had to buy an air gauge in Cloquet and pump it up a couple times on the way down. So, Representative Lanning, first of all, I want to thank you as a rural member for carrying this bill. And, you know, it's been a long, strange trip, you know. The way these stadium bills always end up, a lot of times rural members carrying ones like this that are somewhat controversial. So I commend you and Senator Rosen for the bill, carrying the bill. And it always puzzles me that my friends from Minneapolis and St. Paul sometimes have a little trouble carrying bills, because those of us from rural Minnesota, particularly, I think the range would jump out the back window if we had a $500 million project in our district, and we'd certainly want to be carrying the bill. But members, what this amendment does is a couple of things. On the first part of the amendment, line 1.4 through 1.7, what it does is, members, you know, we have about $2.5 billion of private money ready to be invested in mining on the Iron Range, most of it in iron ore mining, which we have been doing for 130 years. But, you know, after the copper-nickel issue, 7 years, PolyMet's been around here trying to do something. Keewatin Taconite, to open up a line in the taconite plant that used to be open until 1983 and produce 2 million more tons a year at that taconite plant. It's taken them 4 years to get air and water permits just to open up a part of a mine that ran for many, many years until 1983. And it's frustrating, and we've run into a new rule. So what the reference is on line 1.7 is that anything metallic in the stadium should meet the same standards that we're being required to meet, our mining industry. You know, Representative Hilty, your wife is always lecturing me on recycling, and I agree. And members, they're going to tear down a stadium and they're going to recycle as much as they can, and that's a good thing. But, you know, once they start rebuilding from the concrete on up, that's going to be the concrete and the steel and the bricks and all the petroleum products and all the gadgets inside, particularly the plumbing and air exchanges, etc., that would have to meet this. And you know, again, it puzzles me sometimes that to see the fight going on, particularly that happens sometimes between St. Paul and Minneapolis when we have these types of stadium issues, because we're puzzled because, you know, St. Paul isn't that far for us rural members from Minneapolis. It's about, I don't know, sure, 10 miles? I don't know. But it is puzzling at times to figure out the fight that goes on, because 10 miles to us is nothing. Representative Dill, would you yield for a question over there? Pay attention, Representative Dill.
Representative Dill will yield. Representative Rukavina.
Representative Dill, how far is it from, let's say, Ely or Crane Lake to the range where people, your constituents, have to drive?
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Is it 10 miles or a little more?
Well, thank you, Representative Rukavina. I think from Ely it's about 50, and from Crane Lake it's 80. If you're talking like to Mintac, it's 80 miles one way.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
So it is a little hard for us to understand, members, you know, how this isn't a metro issue, because it is. It's important to the whole state. We all love the Vikings, but, you know, the economic benefit of this whole stadium bill is going to be felt in the metro area, particularly Minneapolis, St. Paul, the closer ring suburbs. But members, you know, if I made you meet the requirements in this bill, we wouldn't be able to build anything. And that's the point I'm trying to make, that we are being held to a standard right now in our mining area of this state that nobody in the world can meet. And it's a little disappointing, sometimes somewhat hypocritical, and we get a little tired of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to do another oral amendment and just delete lines 1.4 through 1.7 of the amendment.
Representative Rukavina modifies his amendment. The Chief Clerk will report the modification by the author.
Rukavina is modifying his amendment to Code at 575 as follows. Delete line, on page 1, delete lines 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm a good old farmer laborite. Everybody knows that. Member of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, but I'm a farmer laborite, and I like to build things. And I like jobs, jobs, jobs. And so I'm certainly going to vote for this bill and not do anything to harm it. Representative Lanning, I'm hoping you can understand what I'm trying to do in the second part of this amendment. Because I was lucky enough, and I appreciate the fact that you put my amendment on dealing with Minnesota pellets for the steel being used in the building, but, you know, in the stadium. But Representative Gottwald brought it to my attention that maybe we should have granite if there's any granite coming from the building. And Representative Hamilton pointed out to me that Toro is made in Windham, and of course the lawnmowers and that could be made there with this amendment. And I'm just asking Representative Lanning that 25% of the material, and it should be easy to meet, whether it's in the building itself or whether it's in the hot dogs and hamburgers and everything else that's sold later on, should come from Minnesota. It's the People's Stadium. I've heard it time and time again. I've read it in email after email. So whether it's Representative Hansen's Waterous fire hydrants, or Representative Westrom's nacho cheese, or Representative Poppy's Hormel hot dogs, or Representative, my good friend, Representative Paymar, Summit Beer, or Representative Torkelson, Green Belt Premium. I think that the Vikings can meet this, Representative Lanning, and I would hope you would accept this, because it is the People's Stadium, and some of the money, all of the money is coming from the taxpayers of Minnesota, and some of it should create jobs outside the metro area besides inside the metro area. So I'd ask for your support.
The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Rukavina. I took your one amendment in Ways and Means. I did so gladly, and to put that in the bill, it's now before us. But I can't accept this one. because here again we're micromanaging the details on how this building is to be built. And we've got a quota system here of 25%. How in the world can you possibly keep track of whether you're going to meet 25% or not? You're going to need quite a system to try and be able to track that. So, Representative Rukavina, with all due respect, I have to reject your amendment.
The gentleman from Stearns, Chair Gottwald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, I too don't want to throw a monkey wrench in things or take any more time than necessary. I want to salute what Representative Rukavina is trying to do. And Representative Lanning, I would just ask, I'm probably going to vote yes on this amendment. I don't know if it survives. I don't want it to be a poison pill. But I would ask, especially if the Vikings officials are listening, or if it can be worked into the negotiation. I agree with Representative Rukavina, I think most of us could, that to the extent possible, we ought to be trying to use this as a showcase for Minnesota. This stadium is going to be owned by the state. We're going to pay a bunch of money for it out of state coffers. It's coming from Minnesotans for Minnesotans. It would be nice if we could kind of showcase Minnesota both in the materials that are used to construct it, as well as the materials and foods and other things that are sold in it. I get what you're saying, Representative Lanning, about the micromanagement, but I would hope there'd be some effort to really make this kind of a showcase of Minnesota products, Minnesota materials, and I agree with what Representative Rukavina is trying to do with this.
Discussion. The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the point that Representative Rukavina is really making here doesn't slip by you. The point is that in a very short time, if things continue the way they are, we aren't going to have any steel coming from Minnesota, because our first plant that's tried to make an expansion in the taconite industry had to sign a permit that included a standard which has been completely ignored by the EPA and the MPCA until the idea of non-ferrous mining came up, and then a former member of this body is very likely the person that has brought this to the forefront, that there's this very, very controversial standard that no one can meet. And I said here on this House floor recently that don't think that it's the Iron Range that's crying the blues here. Because I look around this room and I've got the list, and virtually everyone's wastewater treatment plant doesn't meet the same standard. So when you come back here and you want WIF funds or PFA, or you want bonding as a light item, and you want to have a new wastewater treatment plant, you remember the fact that you're going to have to be driving a car with carbon fiber that isn't made in Minnesota today, in that kind of quantity at least. That the steel mills on the Iron Range could evaporate, as well as the sugar beet plants, ethanol plants. If you don't think this isn't going to reach out and touch you, you're wrong. Now, granted, we have a standard that's being promulgated right now, but not one dime. Here we are talking about almost $1 billion, but on the Iron Range in our districts, we have over $2 billion in state investment. Cumulatively, the largest investment ever made in this state, and we can't move forward. Can't move forward at all. In fact, it's so bad that we're crying here between St. Paul and Minneapolis about who's getting an apple out of the apple basket. We've got $20 million in a road up there, funding that's in the bank. It has been for a decade, and we can't go build the road because we might blast some rock that has some sulfates in it, which is next to the road that previously all the people who are complaining about it drives up to Ely to go to Prague's Northwoods Company to buy some muckalucks or Steigers. So, members, this is a serious issue, and I mean, I'm all for the Made in Minnesota. In fact, Representative Rukavina, will you yield?
The gentleman from St. Louis will yield. The gentleman from St. Louis.
Representative Rukavina, do you have those famous underwear on today, made in the USA?
Gentleman from St. Louis.
Don't show me. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I do. Trust me, everybody on the floor on this one.
Well, I don't want to.
The gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to belabor this any further, but honestly, it gets. I know some of you get tired about us complaining about Iron Range issues, but I mean, folks, this is going to reach out and touch everyone. This standard, and we need to have some changes, and need to have immediately. And certainly, I'm going to vote for the stadium. But you know, it'd be nice every once in a while for those people who around here vote continuously against the making of steel on the Iron Range, if they give us a hand once in a while, like we do the Sherpa work here on the Iron Range and put up our votes to support the things that are happening in the Metro.
Discussion. The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Dill, thank you. And I don't know if you members caught what Representative Dill said, but, you know, this whole sulfate issue has now jumped from copper nickel to taconite and now to a road that can't be built to Ely, Minnesota, where 4,000 people that live there have been working on it for over a decade because some of the rock might have a little sulfide in it. And I withdrew that part of the bill because I know nobody can meet that standard and it's going to be difficult for us. But Representative Lanning, you can go to conference committee with this and you can monkey with it and you can get down to 10%. I mean, I think it should be 100%. I look at your handout from the beginning of the discussion on the Viking Stadium. And between the state of Minnesota and the city of Minneapolis, we're putting in well over 50% of the money, the taxpayers. And this should not be a difficult amendment to meet. I mean, I can name a million products, whether it's the refrigerators that refrigerate the beer, whether it's the sod, whether it's the glass from Vericon Glass Company in Owatonna, whether it's the potato chips from Barrel of Fun, I think they're called, whether it's Grain Belt beer, one of my favorites, made by steelworkers, right under Herman the German in New Ulm, and Summit too. I don't mean to insult Representative Paymar. Whether it's Chi-Chi Salsa from, I think, down. How about Schwann's ice cream? Come on, a good Republican like Schwann. I'm sure he supports this. Representative Lanning, 25% should not be a hard number. And if it comes back 15 or 18, I'll still love you like a brother. But to not accept this at this juncture really is kind of un-Minnesotan. And I don't care if it's the biggest Union man or Vikings fan up there. I don't think one person would disagree with this amendment in theory, in philosophy. So, members, let's give it a try. Give me a roll call vote on this, Mr. Speaker, and let's just see what happens. Because when the taxpayers are putting in about $448 million versus $427, I think it's a good try. And Representative Lanning, I know you'll try if it goes on. And if you come back with 10, it'll make me feel better. I should have started at 50. You would have accepted 25. Members, give me a vote on this one. I don't care where you stand on the floor here, this side, that side, the middle of the road. This is a good amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call. Can I see 15 hands?
If you could allow me the chance to ask for
we got 15 hands. Thank you.
Okay, roll call. How many requests are there? 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Rukavina and Representative Dill, thank you for bringing the sulfate issue forward and having that discussion. It is important for members to realize the complications involved, and they don't only affect precious metals. As you said, the wastewater treatment, ethanol plants, any kind of manufacturing. And we're the only state in the nation that has that, the only one, and it's causing us all kinds of trouble. So, members, we do need to work on that issue. Separate of that, Representative Rukavina, I do think we need to listen to Representative Lanning. We are trying to micromanage this project, members. Look at the Twin Stadium. It's full of Minnesota-made products, Minnesota-made products in the construction and in what they sell. We don't need to micromanage that. The citizens that go to the game are going to demand that kind of stuff, and they do today. And we are going to use, Representative Rukavina, we did put your Minnesota Steel Amendment on, and in Ways and Means, that's easy to manage. We can do that, and that's a good amendment, and it's common to do, and I really appreciate that one. But I think we're trying to reach out here and micromanage the project. I think we shouldn't do that. Please vote no.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the 575 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Championed and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A42.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this particular amendment that is before you really touches on an issue that I believe to be very near and dear to my heart. It centers around education. There's a young lady in my district by the name of Sarah Mealy who is also a teacher, and every time I see her, she's talking to me about her students at Ann Watton and such promise that they have, but also some of the challenges that they have. And if we think about the educational gap, we know that here in the Twin Cities, it is one of the widest educational gaps that we have in the country. And we have to do something about that, because if we don't do something about it in real time, we run the risk of making sure that we do not have an intelligent and qualified workforce. We make sure that there will always be others who are falling by the wayside. And I believe that education is the best equalizer. I often talk on this floor about the fact that I went to Lincoln Elementary School and Jordan Junior High School and North High School before going to McAllister College and William Mitchell for law school. Why? Because education is thoroughly important. And when we think about, for an example, just the challenges around high school graduations, we know that 41% of African Americans graduate from high school. That is an unconscionable number, and we have to do better. So we have to invest in education in order to close the achievement gap. We know that we have to invest when we think in terms of early childhood development. We have to make sure that we have a rigorous education K through 12, and we have to make sure that college is also affordable for those who want to go to college, but also to make sure that our colleges of our technical colleges are preparing students for the future. So I was originally going to put this particular amendment forward. It was going to ask for us to make an investment in closing the achievement gap, because if we really believe that the revenue that is going to be generated from charitable gaming is something to put towards a People's Stadium, then I just believe that the People's Stadium should also contribute to a community benefit. And so with that, I did talk to Representative Lanning, and I know I did earlier. I'm 2 for 2 thus far. No, 3 for 3. And so I did tell him that I know that there's not the revenue, and he chatted with me about that and told me that he would still try to make sure that this issue of education and housing is something that still goes forward to the conference committee. And lastly, about housing, on the A side of my district, they have lost 7,000 homes and families, and so we know that housing continues to be a challenge, but members, I hope that we'll consider this in the future so that education and housing is something that we lift high and that we do all the right things for in order to make sure that our families, our Minnesota families, are living and learning and improving their quality of life. And so with that, I will withdraw the amendment.
Champion withdraws the A42 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lawful and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 614.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Lawful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill has a lot of ramifications long-term for the city of Minneapolis. When you add on the inflation and the cost of the escalators and the finance charges, it's estimated it could be as much as $700–800 million over time. And so the Minneapolis legislators sat down and went through the Minneapolis provisions pretty closely, asked a lot of questions of our city staff and our nonpartisan staff. And what you have before you is a series of technical amendments that just clarify the language, and I'll quickly go through what those are. It begins with saying that the city representative on the sports authority should live in the city of Minneapolis. That when the bill authorizes us to convey land, and this provides that it will be at a fair market value. It clarifies the team's property tax exemption. And you'll see from the amendment, it includes their locker rooms, their lounges, their storage, their ticker sales windows, a Hall of Fame, you know, a complete list, because we have traditionally given these types of professional sports property tax exemption in similar facilities. It provides that repaying the advance is set at the state cost of funds. That's what we understand was agreed to initially. The next part of the amendment deals with clarifying our sales tax base. You might recall hearing that as of 2011, any growth in our sales tax, a portion of it will go to the authority. And what this provides is that when we set that 2011 base, it's based on our current sales tax base. So if we ultimately decide to add on a sales tax to closing or whatever, it wouldn't be in that. It's to give it a comparable base. The remainder of the first page is clarifying that our local option sales tax, it will be used for capital projects. That those of you who serve on the tax committee know that's what we typically use local option sales taxes for. And it gets rid of some provisions that expired in 2009 and 2010. It's a confusing enough piece of legislation as it is without having to keep all that old stuff. And we really appreciate Pat Dalton working with us to help kind of weed through the language. There's a wrong cross reference that's changed from 5 to 3, and it clarifies that any sales tax that's available beyond anything that's owed here would be able to be used for the current provisions in law. And then there's a reference to our the Target Center. It talks about an existing sports arena and event facility. That was seen as better language than the basketball arena. And finally, it provides that the city of Minneapolis will have use of the stadium for up to 25 days on the same basis as the Minnesota High School League has theirs. And so that we could have maybe a coordinated high school graduation or some other community events. And so it just provides that the city, after paying a significant amount of the construction and operating costs, would have access to it for civic events. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Discussion. The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Lawful talked to me earlier, and I suggested if these are in fact technical kinds of things, let's take it up in conference should we be able to go to conference. I have a difficult time in a very short period of a couple minutes here trying to evaluate the implications of all these changes and evaluate whether or not they really are technical or substantive. So I would have to ask you to vote no.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Lawful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that you have to understand, we didn't get the delete everything amendment until quite late. We are working with House research staff and others on this last week. We in the Minneapolis delegation have spent a lot of time looking at these issues, talking with the city staff, talking with others, working it out, just as you have, Representative Lanning, on all the other things. I know you did a delete everything because you didn't want to have a 19-page technical amendment. I understand that. That's what this process is about. But I'm not sure that any of us from Minneapolis are necessarily going to be on the conference committee, and this is really important to the future of our city. We took a lot of time, we take it very seriously, and we have respectfully asked for your consideration. If you have issues with it, we'll be glad to continue to work with you. I had let you know that this was moving forward earlier in the day, and You know, we all sometimes wish we had more time than we did, but I would respectfully ask that we put this on the bill now, and I'll be glad, I and the other members of the Minneapolis delegation will be glad to work with you if there's any questions that arise later. But it didn't get fixed up in earlier drafts, and we felt it was really important to the future of our city to have clear language that respected what we understood to be the deal and the obligations that we've agreed to. And so I would ask members to honor the fact that we're going to step up as a major partner in this, and that we need to have the kind of language that the Minneapolis House delegation is comfortable with, and we'll be glad to work with you, Representative Lanning, and anyone else who would like to explore this further.
The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like you to know that legal representation from the City of Minneapolis was very much involved in the wording of this bill going throughout the process. I remember many conversations with representatives from the City of Minneapolis discussing and debating minor word changes. And so it's not as if the City of Minneapolis hasn't had ample opportunity to help craft this. They have.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Lanning, I understand you are saying that this is something which should be worked out in conference, but the only way you get it to conference is by accepting the Lawful amendment so that you have something to work on. As Representative Lawful said, no one from Minneapolis is likely to be on the conference committee, and the other problem is that the legal representative from the city of Minneapolis doesn't have a vote on it. It's the legislators from Minneapolis who get to vote. And unless you see something that's seriously wrong with this in terms of saying that these are technical things that define Minneapolis, I think it would be very helpful if you would accept Representative Lawful's amendment, and then we know you'll have no problems getting it out in conference committee if that's where it should be done.
Further discussion of the Lawful amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Lawful amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. No. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Slavic and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A49.
Call the member from Ramsey, Representative Slavic, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this ties two good ideas together, the Viking Stadium, which I plan to vote for, and early childhood, which all of you know I have spent most of my time here at the legislature working on. What this does, members, is it ties the excess revenues that are designated for a new Viking Stadium and directs it towards the Early Childhood Scholarship Program. Now you might say to yourself, why are we talking about education in the Vikings? Why are we talking about housing in the Vikings or the different causes? But there's a precedence for this. Remember back when we did the Twins Bill, those of you who were in this chamber when we did the Twins Bill, is we tied excess revenues at that point in 2006 to Target Field to both youth sports and to libraries in Minneapolis. And it raises about $4 million a year. So this is really an idea worth considering. There's a large group that's been working with Representative Green and myself, Representative Peterson, to work on this idea, particularly folks from Minneapolis, Barbara Milon, Todd Otis, and several other folks. What we do know, members, and you guys, you know this, but I'm going to put out a couple statistics. Minnesota has the largest achievement gap in the nation between white, black, Hispanic, Asian, and American Indian students at grade 4. We know that 50% of Minnesota kindergartners are not ready for school, meaning that half of our students are behind before they even start school. We know that there's skyrocketing costs for childcare. All of those of you that have kids in childcare, neighbors in childcare, grandparents, can cost $10,000 for infant care and $8,200 for 4-year-old care. And also, we rank 38th out of 50th in terms of family access to preschool. So is it a good idea to tie this to the excess funds? Well, I'll tell you, this body, the very people sitting in this chamber last year when we had the shutdown, cut $20 million from our kids. And now more than 7,000 children are on the waiting list. So is this a good idea? It is a good idea. The Early Childhood Scholarship Program would help those most at risk. It's going to help them and their families. They would help them get that preschool education so when they start school and they're taking those tests by 3rd grade, they're able to get ahead. Members, I hope you will support this. Actually, I have met with the governor about this. We know that he supports early childhood education. We know that he has had early childhood education as part of his plan, and that there have been a lot of accomplishments on this year. We also know that there are folks in the Senate that are supporting this. And for that reason, members, because I'm hoping that there will be a serious negotiation on this, I am going to withdraw this. But I hope that you will all consider early ed as part of the excess revenues for the Viking Stadium. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Representative Slavic. Withdraws the A49 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sorry about that. Khan, moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is quoted 581.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to present your amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is an amendment I have shown both to Representative Lanning and to Representative Morrow, and I hope it will be acceptable to them. What it follows, this comes from the members of community groups in my neighborhood, and it deals with only a very small part of this package, which is the 10 games or so that the Vikings will pay at the TCF Bank Stadium. What happened as part of the construction agreement for the TCF Bank Stadium, the neighborhood groups agreed, along with the university as part of that, to set up a fund to mitigate the impact of construction and operation of the stadium. And one of the things is that the neighborhood is even more concerned about the Vikings than the Gophers, because of the instead of many people walking to the stadium, there will be many more people that are driving to the stadium. And we're not sure. There'll be an older crowd, so there'll probably be a more heavily drinking crowd than the people going to the Gophers game. And so what we decided is that this is only for the games that are played at TCF Bank Stadium, that the Vikings should also contribute to this existing mitigation fund. As you see, this fund exists. It was started by a big deposit from the university, and the income from the fund is being used to pay for mitigation activities. That might mean increase police presence if necessary, increase control of parking restrictions and so forth, to keep people from parking in the this TCF stadium, as opposed to the Metrodome site, is very close to single family homes and so forth. And so what the neighborhood asked for was specifically, they thought of a way of dealing with this mitigation as opposed to a lump sum, is to just do it as a charge per ticket for each of the games that's paid at TCF Bank Stadium. It's considered that will be 1 year. Who knows, it might be longer when we look at what's happened with construction delays. And it's either they can do it any way they want. They can do it as a tax on each ticket, or they can do a charge on each ticket, or they can just deposit an amount equal to the dollar charge for each ticket to be deposited in the mitigation fund. As I said, this is nothing new. It's merely adding to the existing fund for the Gophers and recognizing that the Vikings will put an additional strain on the neighborhood. So I hope that the authors of the bill will accept this as an amendment.
The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Representative Khan, I understand what you're trying to do here, but your language has very mixed messages. On line 14, it says the NFL team may impose, but then on line 16, it says the NFL team must transfer. And so, members, this is an issue, it seems to me, that the city of Minneapolis needs to address. And with what action we took here earlier, city of Minneapolis has now had their contribution to operations and capital reserve taken away, so they no longer have to make that payment. Please vote no.
Well,
the member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lanning, what the may and the must is not a contradiction. It sets the $1 amount transferred to the fund as a must and just says that they may impose it. They may impose it on the ticket, but they don't have to impose it on the ticket. They can do it from any other source of funds that they have. This is really important to the neighborhood in terms of the disruption to the neighborhood on those game days. So I would really urge members to support this. As I said, it was something, we're not doing anything new. This is something that's in existing law for the TCF Bank Stadium and for the university, compensating the neighborhood for the Gophers games. This just makes sure that the neighborhood is also held harmless for the Vikings game. And I think, you know, if we're going to support some of the little people who are involved in that, you know, Mr. Speaker, I think I'd like a roll call vote on this amendment.
Representative Khan has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Discussion to the Khan amendment. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 18 ayes and 112 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Lawful and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 633.
Calling the member from Hennepin, the Honorable Representative Lawful, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I believe this is the 633 amendment. Is that correct? Yes, great. This is an amendment. You know that Minneapolis has committed its local option sales tax through the year 2046 to pay for the operating costs and the capital reserve of the stadium. And that I have the term sheets in front of me that were signed off by the mayor, the governor, and others involved in negotiating the deal, and it's very clear. Beginning in 2021 through 2046, the state will encumber a portion of the convention center local option sales tax. What this bill has in it is that in addition, it makes Minneapolis be the backup from 2047 till 2051. Now, we agreed to go to 2046. I'm not sure if some of us are going to be alive and then, but I don't think it's right that after we've had an agreement that said we would go that far, that we, in this bill, give the Commissioner of MMB the authority to direct that it be extended to 2051. That is not part of the original agreement, and this amendment signed by the members of the Minneapolis delegation says we're not going to be the backup when the state funds run short, if they run short. We have backups here to handle our obligations, but we should not be asked to, in this bill, go beyond what was agreed upon in those in the term sheets in the original negotiation. And I would ask that you respect that and not ask the city of Minneapolis to back up the state share in 2047. Just as we forgave Hennepin County being used as a backup, because they have stepped up and invested in a major facility in our state. If we run into problems, if the state shares doesn't come through by then, we've got 35 years to come up with a better alternative. And so I would respectfully ask that you vote yes on the Minneapolis delegation's amendment. And over 35 years, I think we're going to have some creative minds sitting in these seats. They won't be exactly the same people, but I know they're going to come up with a good solution if we run into problems. Probably inflation by then will just solve whatever problems anyone might envision at this point in time. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Lawful requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Mr. Speaker and members, I urge a no vote.
Discussion. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 100 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Seeing no other amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1485 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We did receive lots of communication from Minnesota citizens. And somehow it does seem appropriate to allow the voice of one of them to speak to us tonight. And I'd like to do that. This was an open letter to the Minnesota House of Representatives. If you read your email, you all read it. I'm not certain that with the volume you did this. We represent the silent majority of Minnesotans. The nearly 3 of 4 in most polls who oppose public funding for private sports stadiums. We are busy working and caring for our children, volunteering in our communities. And there is not a wealthy, well-organized business like the Vikings to rally us at the Mall of America and draw media attention to us. It is, in fact, in the media's best interest to keep us out of the limelight. If we were to get too much attention, if our questions were actually answered or no answers were forthcoming, the stadium effort might fail. And that would mean less advertising money for television and newspapers, not to mention jeopardize the Star Tribune's land interest near the Metrodome site. So while you may not hear from us, we are the majority of your constituents. Whether Democrats or Republicans, we want jobs, good schools, and a safe environment for our children, better roads and bridges, and affordable health care. A vocal minority, spurred on by the Vikings, may care about a stadium, but the vast majority of us do not. We know that the state has a structural deficit problem, and we expect you to manage our tax dollars wisely. Vote this bill down. See the article below for more good reasons to vote no. And then she includes the Forbes column that was forwarded to many of you. Members, if we had all the money in the world, it might be worth a lot more of our time to work on what are good solutions. But we don't have all the money in the world. And when you don't have all the money in the world, you really have to talk about priorities. Even if it's gambling revenue, where will the first dollar of new revenue that we're willing to put on the table go? And then it really is a matter of searching your heart and your conscience to say, what are our priorities? What goes to the top of the list? There are many problems facing us at this time of a structural deficit. There are many problems, many unfunded and underfunded sections of our budget. Do we allow one thing to go to the head of the line for the first dollar of new revenue? I just want to represent the voice of all of those who perhaps are quieter, but who truly believe they are in the majority in terms of priorities for the state of Minnesota.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thanks to the body, really, for, I think, largely a civil debate this afternoon and evening. And I hope we can model that civility for the rest of the state, as I think at times we've had some difficult interactions on both sides of this issue, and I hope that we can keep it civil, and I'm glad that we modeled that for the state tonight. But members, I think at its core what we're doing as representatives of the state of Minnesota is engaging in a business negotiation with a private entity. And as such, it's our job in this negotiation to get the best possible deal for our constituents, the citizens of the state of Minnesota. And it's also our responsibility in a negotiation to try as best as we can to get to yes. Because I think, as many people have said here, there is common ground on both sides of this issue about the value of the Minnesota Vikings to this state and the necessity of keeping them. But I feel in this particular negotiation, at times done in private, maybe other times publicly, we're not quite there in terms of our responsibility to the taxpayers of this state. We're not quite there. Although I do believe that Representative Garofalo's amendment helps, I think that Representative Benson's amendment would have helped even further. Because like many others on the House floor, I have a significant problem with using gambling as the only source of revenue from the state. And I also have a problem that we haven't done, I believe, as much as we can to secure additional private sources of funding for this stadium. I've never been one to say that there's no public role. I believe there is, and that there is appropriate public responsibility in funding the stadium, but not almost 50%. And so, members, I don't know how many of you read about the Star Tribune 100 in yesterday's business section of the Sunday Star Tribune. But what they reported is that our business community, our corporate community, is doing remarkably well. For example, United Healthcare has over $100 billion in revenue, 5% increase over last year. $5 billion in profit, an 11% increase over last year. Second was U.S. Bank Corporation, a 46.9% increase in their profits, $4.8 billion profits, $69 billion in revenue. There's a whole list of 100 corporations that are doing very well. All I ask is this successful corporate community just chip in a little bit. Just chip in a few $1 million. They can combine, have a pool. Maybe they could kick in $50 or $100 million over this 30-year time period of financing that we're talking about. They're doing well. People who are needing to gamble oftentimes are not. And that's the problem with this extremely regressive funding source. We have a successful corporate community that can pitch in, that can help pay. And as Representative Paymar said earlier, they're not contributing a penny. Yeah, they'll buy a few seats. They'll do what they traditionally do. But I believe they also have a responsibility. And between some of the other public sources, maybe adopting the key parts of Representative Benson's amendment, the corporate community paying, maybe a few of the bells and whistles on the stadium can be looked at further, then many of us would be close to yes. But we're not there yet. We've made significant progress towards, I think, a large majority of people supporting this bill, but we're not there yet, and we have 2 more weeks to get there, because I agree with those who have said, let's get it done now. I think the citizens of Minnesota, again, on both sides of this equation, on both sides of this debate, have said get it done now, and I think we're all ready to get it done now. But not this bill, not tonight. It doesn't go far enough in terms of a fair funding source, and it doesn't go far enough in terms of balancing the private and public commitments. So I'm voting no with the hope that we can get to yes in the next couple of weeks. There may be a conference committee, a meeting if this bill passes the House and Senate, and I hope that conference committee will take my concerns, which I believe reflect many of the concerns in this chamber and many concerns of my constituents, into account. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members.
The member from Clay, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I rise in support of House File 1485. And while I am supporting this bill, I also realize that we have more important issues than this. I'm hoping next biennium that as a bipartisan group we can look at new ways to fund education to make sure we're providing our schools with the resources to create excellent opportunities for our students. I'm hoping next biennium that we can, in a bipartisan fashion, look at ways to assure that we have accessible, affordable, and excellent health care for our seniors and all of our baby boomers who are turning seniors. I'm hoping next biennium we can have this type of a focus, this type of a bipartisan approach to lower property taxes, to reduce the burden on our senior citizens and our farmers and our families and our businesses. But members, tonight, at this place, at this time, with this political climate, we have a bill before us to vote on to fund a Viking stadium. And the Minnesota Vikings have been an important part of our social fabric and our tradition for 1/3 of our 154-year history of this state. They provide an entertainment value, an economic value, and this project will create thousands of jobs for Minnesotans around this state. So is this a perfect plan? No. But members, whether or not we waited 2 years or 3 years or 5 years or 10 years, there never will be a perfect plan in a perfect political climate. That just is not going to happen. So members, we're at 4th and goal. I'm asking members to vote yes so that we can push this Minnesota Viking Stadium across the goal line.
The member from Stearns, Representative Banyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. It has been a very good, very entertaining debate. I'm only going to speak one more time tonight. This is it. But I did want to make sure I made some points to the body so they understand what it is they're voting on. And one of the things that they are voting on is helping a monopoly. The NFL is a monopoly. It's a monopoly guarded by limited antitrust exemptions, one of which says that you can't move the team unless you get permission from the league. Okay, that's in there. Okay, and we know that the Vikings can't move without the NFL's permission. NFL financing is run by a very shared revenue process that you should be aware of. 40 cents of every dollar generated in the stadium as revenue, except for the suites, which is a big part of this, except for the suites. Most of the revenue generated in the stadium, 40% goes to the NFL, 60% goes to the league. We've talked about that before. So we are, in fact, negotiating not just with the Vikings. We are negotiating with the NFL. That's been made plain time and time again. Now, I want you to think about what a private business does when it decides to build a building. It estimates its benefits and its costs. You might ask yourself, how much additional revenue will the team and the league get out of this building? Well, if you dig into the Forbes reports on football revenues, what you'll find out is that currently the Vikings get the second lowest revenues of any team in the league. That's a fact. That's why they're here, folks. That's why they've asked the governor. That's why they've asked Representatives Lanning and Morrow and others to help them with it. You can't blame them. Second lowest in the league. All right, so I'm going to say, do they feel a need? Absolutely, they feel a need. And how big is that need? Well, if you move them up from where they are now at 31 into that top 10 sphere, which is probably what you ought to be trying to do if you build a new stadium, you're probably adding $40 million a year of revenue. If you add $40 million a year of revenue over 30 years and you discount that back to present value, and if you've got your HP your business analyst calculator on you, the answer to that comes out to about $550 million worth of value, of which the Vikings will get $330 million. So guess what? That should be more than enough to cover the revenues being discussed under the Garofalo Amendment. So you might wonder as well, why are we in a hurry to do this? Well, why, for example, is the people of Minneapolis, I'm surprised this hasn't come up, why aren't the people of Minneapolis who are going to be asked for $150 million of revenue, why aren't they being told they can have a vote? Well, perhaps because they don't want you to really have a good long look at this. They don't want that long debate. I want you to think about $975 million. I handed you a spreadsheet before, and you saw what the other places cost. Kansas City right now is in the process of renovating Arrowhead Stadium. $375 million. Hurricane Katrina went through New Orleans and knocked down the Superdome. They put it back up, right? They just tore it up. You remember seeing the pictures. How much does it cost to put that sucker back together? $505 million, not $975. Okay? $505 million for something that's damaged, folks. Something that's damaged. And you don't think they just put it back to the way it was before. No, they put it to state of the art as it was at the time. Okay? Even Lucas Oil Stadium, and in the bill, you'll see, some people have mentioned already, there's something in there that says we got to keep this new facility as a first-class stadium like Lucas Oil Stadium. How much did Lucas Oil Stadium cost? $720 million. Okay? New England redid theirs, $300 million. People in Pittsburgh redid theirs, $280 million. That was a few years back. Maybe your building costs a little bit higher, but certainly not to the level they are now. Economists don't agree about a lot of things. We fight a good bit about some stuff. But there's something we really do agree on, and that's not using government subsidies to support private business. And I think folks on both sides of the aisle kind of get that. 85% of the 210 PhD economists at the American Economic Association meetings in 2005, 85% said that's a bad idea. Don't do that. Okay, so if you know what, and that's a powerful statement for me, and that's something I always want to pay attention to. Well, the question is, you know, why would I listen to an economist? Because, you know, it's not about the economics. I spoke to a lobbyist who's, I think, standing in the hallway now, and that person said to me when I said, that person asked me, you know, are you for or against the Vikings team? I said, well, you know what, I teach economics of sports, so you kind of know what that says. And the lobbyist says back to me, well, you know, it's not about the economics, it's not about the dollars and cents, it's about it's a cultural asset. All right, well, here's the problem. We have lots of cultural assets, and we spend money at all of them. And we spend about a fixed amount of entertainment dollars on those types of activities. Pretty good studies seem to suggest that our entertainment dollars are relatively fixed. So now somehow we're going to have this building create $40 million additional dollars a year of value, and I ask you folks, where does the $40 million come from? The $40 million is going to come from largely other entertainment. People won't be going to the theater or to a play. They won't be taking their children to a park because, not now, honey, I want to watch the game. They're going to be taking folks to lots of different, there are lots of other entertainments that won't happen. Cultural assets are competing against each other. So yes, when people tell me the Vikings create external benefits and those external benefits are the reason to fund it, the problem is the external benefits are easy to see, and you've got lobbyists to point you in the direction. You've got sports fans and sports radio stations telling you where to go look for that. You know what they don't tell you is what the external costs are, because they don't look for the kids in the park. They don't look for the couple at the theater. They don't look for any of that stuff. They can only focus on the people cheering in the stands. There are also opportunity costs, and that was pointed out, I think, very effectively, I think, Representative Slawick, by your amendment. There are other things you can do when you decide to raise money. Representative Scalzi, during the GovOps committee hearing, you said, hey, this is new money. Right on. It is. And there's an opportunity cost to using that money in this form as opposed to some other place. Why not a school? Why not a hospital? Why not a road? Why not a park? Why would you use it here? Why would you use it for this? You've said it very well over there, and I encourage you to stick with that. Hang on, I need a wrong button. Okay, so we have these wonderful machines that are going to generate these new revenues, and what we've decided is we're going to take these new machines that generate these wonderful new revenues, hopefully it works, and it's going to create a park. Every time we look at it and someone says, well, what about the Super Bowl? What about bringing the Super Bowl here? As I mentioned before, Super Bowls seldom bring much revenue. I remember not very long ago in 2009, I was able to go on a tour in China as the bus brought us in from the airport in Beijing toward downtown. We went past the Bird's Nest. You all remember that in 2008, right? That beautiful stadium that had that beautiful opening ceremony. It was gorgeous. I watched it with my parents. I thought it was fantastic. You know what it looks like now? When the wind blows, the paper moves through the parking lot, through the plaza. Nothing else goes on there. You're spending a lot of money on something that's there really, the big event only happens 8 to 10 times a year. Frankly, Super Bowls and other mega events don't really end up raising much money. But again, this is just about deciding how do we interact with a monopoly. So I'm going to leave you with this thought. When did this thing really kick into high gear? When did it turn out that we are really moving toward where we are tonight? It was when the NFL came to town. We had patient lobbyists out there for weeks and months, but it was when Roger Goodell came to town. That's what made it happen for you. All right? Because they came and said, nice team you got here. Shame if something happens to it. And they're able to take advantage of a monopoly situation to ask us to pay for something for 32 folks. And you have to decide tonight, your choice is, do you pay? Do you pay? Do you pay? Your choice.
Member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am not anti-Viking Stadium, not at all. I want the Vikings to stay. What I am concerned about, though, is the revenue stream to pay for the Viking Stadium. During the whole debate, we've heard about finding some sort of a fair funding source. Now, Representative Hornstein mentioned a fair funding source. I'm worried, folks, about being able to make the debt payments on the stadium. Back at home, I'm hearing pass the stadium, but we don't want to pay for it. I have a neighbor who said, Mary, it's like purchasing a house and hoping you can make the mortgage payment. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are building a stadium, and we're hoping we can make the payments. This plan puts Minnesota taxpayers on the hook for unfunded liabilities. What is the message we are sending to our public? We're going to leave schools with a $2.2 billion deficit, but the governor vetoes any repayment plan we send him, citing concerns of using the budget surplus to pay debt down. How can we pass a stadium when the debt is owed to our schools? And how can we pass a stadium when all is said and done that we will pay $1.2 billion over the 30-year life of the loan? That's going to take us 48 years to recoup the cost to the stadium. I have a city in Nelson, Minnesota. City of Nelson, Minnesota is eligible for $23,990 and House File 2786. Well, in our tax bill, Governor Dayton vetoed any help that my city of Nelson would get. The city of Nelson has a population of 187 people. They were hoping for that money so that they could fix up their town a little bit. Well, City of Nelson, I'm sorry. The message that Minnesota is sending you is that your little tiny town of 107 people is not worth the $23,990. But building a stadium for the Vikings and for Minnesota, remind you, $1.2 billion, 48 years to recoup. That's well worth it. And are we going to use this when the unfunded liabilities come a few years down the road and the gambling revenue is not there to pay that off? Are we going to come back to the taxpayers and say, well, we're either going to have to cut Health and Human Services again, we're going to have to do another school shift, maybe even take out some more tobacco bonds, or are we going to raise taxes on the rich to pay for the stadium? And I find it very ironic, members, that we hear about the rich need to pay their fair share. And while I say if we raise taxes on small businesses, that income is going to flee the state of Minnesota. However, we're hearing arguments of if we don't build it now, the Vikings are going to leave. And the threat is believed to be real. However, when I say, and other members say, if we raise taxes on small business owners, those people are going to flee Minnesota, and we're mocked. We are mocked when we say that. Members, like I said, I am not opposed to the stadium. I have my dear friend from high school keeps texting me, Sam, Mary, stand up and vote yes. Sam, I think it's a bad deal for Minnesota right now, and I'll see what the bill looks like out of conference committee, but for now I'm voting no.
Member of Minoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to sum up all of the feelings about this bill, but I think one thing we ought to all be aware of, and we're hearing from members on the other side of the aisle, the talk of next year, what we're going to be doing next year when there isn't enough money. And of course, the logical conclusion is we're going to be raising some taxes to do the things we really need to be doing here, which is education and which is property tax relief, and on and on and on. So I want members to beware. We are being backdoored into a whole scenario of new spending and new taxes. I'm feeling like this is March 2009 and watching Congress and watching President Obama with the stimulus plan all over again. This is a very quiet and a very subtle thing, but it is happening, members, so be very aware. Somebody over on the other side called this an embarrassment tonight. I think what's an embarrassment is, members, we're on the precipice of voting for a bill that's going to build a billion-dollar stadium for a billionaire who has a checkbook that could afford it. 30 years ago, we spent $60 million on the Metrodome, and if we were to do the inflation adjustments for today's dollars, we'd be somewhere around $300 or $400 million. But we're at $1 billion. You know, is there no shame? I mean, why is Minneapolis and St. Paul thinking that this is the appropriate thing for us to be doing? $1 billion stadium. We're the 15th sized market in the country. We seem to be going through the throes of facility envy, and we want to be the place everyone wants to come to see our stadium. Somehow or other, this is a sad day for me, and I think a sad day for Minnesota if we go ahead with this bill. I think bottom line, what we're doing, members, this is an unprecedented transfer of public wealth to a private individual and a private business. An unprecedented transfer of wealth. And I'm just ashamed that it might be happening here in Minnesota.
The member from Ramsey, the Honorable Representative Greiling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I too am disheartened here tonight and all day today that we've spent all this time and effort, and we're hearing from so many people who want us to vote for a stadium. And they're football fans. They have a lot of rah-rah spirit here. People want the jobs. But members, this is definitely a case of misplaced priorities. We do owe our schools the $2.2 billion, but we also owe even more if we count other bills that we have to the schools. It's more like $3 billion. We do keep cutting health and human services, but yet we're spending all this time on a stadium to fund a stadium that should be funded privately. This could be funded privately. Remember, Ziggy Wolf bought his dwelling right on Central Park in New York City not too long ago. Think of what the ball players earn. We're being lobbied heavily by businesses that want to take their clients there. Why not let all these people pay for the stadium? The ticket prices could be raised without coming to the legislature. The luxury suites, the reserved seating for people that want permanent seats in the stadium, all these things could be done without coming to the legislature. They are here for our general fund taxes, and those need to go to other things. If we're going to raise money by gambling, I don't support raising money by gambling, but if we're going to do it and others are going to vote for it, why does it have to go to paying for a stadium? If we're going to raise money or taxes of any sort, why doesn't it go to education or health care or the other things that we have that have been cut, that we owe money to? I don't understand the priority tonight of voting for a private stadium that a lot of people will not even be able to afford tickets to go to. It's a case of misplaced priorities, and I hope that, like other misplaced priorities, we put this one at a lower priority and vote no. And I will just close, members, by saying we keep getting asked to hurry up and make a decision on this. We have made a decision for years, and the decision has been no, we're not going to do it this year when other things are in hard straits. That's the decision we keep making. And I would say in a year when we owe our schools this much, when we have a fiscal deficit for next year, when we have cut Health and Human Services and been able to paste together a few replacement funds just for one short year, that's not the time to be putting in new money, new taxes from gambling or any other source, or carving out money from the general fund for 30 years to come for one private business. So please join me in voting no.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. First of all, I think all of us, no matter how we're going to vote on this issue tonight, owe a little gratitude to Representative Maury Lanning for the way he has conducted himself during this long struggle or debate to get the stadium bill to where we are tonight. It's been a long road, a lot of meetings, a lot of work has been put into it by Representative Lanning and the working group. And I just want to say thank you for the work he's done in bringing the bill to us tonight. A comment made, I guess, about 6 hours ago, I think it was by Representative Liebeling, and she was concerned about if the Vikings were going to stay here or not if we did the stadium. She's of the opinion that the Vikings are not going to leave. I happen to feel that they would leave if we don't do a stadium. My point is, neither one of us know for sure, none of us know for sure what the future holds if we don't move ahead with the stadium plan. It's out of our control, and this is a way tonight to keep it in our control, keep the Vikings here if we move ahead with this stadium plan. It's been a long work in progress. It's here tonight. Interest rates are at historic lows. When we first looked at the bonding repayment schedule for the stadium, for the state's portion, we were talking payments in that $42 million payment per year. Now interest rates have been dropped down to about 3.5% by the bonding people, and the payments have dropped on the amortization schedule by about $9 million, down to $33 million starting out. And in the year 2021, the payments dropped down to $25 million. So the payments drop rather quickly, and I'm confident that the state of Minnesota will have the revenue coming in to handle these payments. I would encourage a green vote on the stadium bill tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Anderson, apparently you didn't hear what Representative Banyan had to say. The Vikings aren't going to leave. They can't leave unless the NFL gives their approval. So they're not going to go anywhere. Members, the experts tell us. The experts tell us. This is what I've been told. The experts tell us that this revenue is going to come in from electronic pull tabs. How do they know? Where do they exist? Where do we have electronic pull tabs today? Nowhere. They don't exist. How do we know how much revenue electronic pull tabs are going to bring in? This says $52 million a year. That ain't going to happen. I can tell you where they did exist. They existed in Iowa. They passed a law in 2004 in Iowa that approved electronic pull tabs. That year it brought in $303,000 to the state. 2005, the target was $12 million. It was going to bring in $12 million to the state. It brought in 6.4. 2006, they said, hey, what's going on? You told us it was going to bring in all this money. We're not realizing those kind of revenues. Oh, there's a problem with the software. We're going to fix the software. We're going to change the software. Well, you know what they did? They changed the software all right. Then it brought in $121 million. they became slot machines, electronic slot machines. And then Iowa discovered that, hey, that's against our Constitution. Well, Iowa has a lot of slot machines. They have riverboat gambling and slot machines. They have privately owned casinos. They have tribal casinos. They have a lot of slot machines. But they don't allow slot machines in bars. All of a sudden, they had slot machines in bars, and they had to get rid of them. Then there was huge lawsuits, and they finally settled all the lawsuits in 2010. Many millions of dollars of lawsuits because of it. Members, we have not talked about this issue on the floor today. Why haven't we talked about where the revenue is going to come from? Electronic pull tabs that don't exist? Give me a break. People don't vote for something that the revenue is not going to be realized because you know what? It's going to start coming from the general fund when these blink on and blink off gimmicks that they have at the end of the bill don't work. Electronic pull tabs are not going to bring in the revenue you need to pay the debt service. It's not going to work. They don't exist. How can the experts know how much money it's going to bring to the state of Minnesota when they don't exist? They've been done in one state. They also passed this in Illinois a couple of years ago, and they still have not implemented the law. You don't know what you're voting for unless you listen, and they don't exist, folks. They don't exist. We don't know how much revenue it's going to bring in. It's going to come from the general fund, and when you need money for education and health and human services and roads and bridges and other issues in the state of Minnesota, and you're paying for a Viking stadium, we're going to be in trouble. And all those emails you've been getting from people that are saying vote for the stadium and they don't know the true issues behind it are then going to be blaming us for doing something that was wrong. Please vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, members, just a couple of things. And by the way, for a few of us in this chamber, the stadium has kind of come a full circle. I was here when we authorized the building of the Metrodome, and believe me, we had a debate very similar to this, long and drawn out, and virtually the same issues that we're hearing here today. But one thing that I wanted to emphasize, along with a couple of others, to my knowledge, the Vikings ownership has never indicated that they are going to attempt to move the team. But there's been that undercurrent. All of us have gotten those emails where a lot of the Vikings fans have a fear that somehow the Vikings team is going to be moved. Well, if you looked at the Forbes magazine article, or if you looked at our local press, there's some economic issues there that kind of address that if you look at it closely. One is that a new franchise, and it's my understanding that the league does in fact want to have as many as 2 new franchises, they will go for in excess of $1 billion. A fee to move the team would at the top probably be about $200 million. Now those dollars are shared by the other 32 owners. So I ask this question: if you're the owner of a team, are you going to be better off and want to receive 25, maybe even 30 million? Or are you going to want to see 3 million or 6 million if it's at the top of 200 million for the movement of the team? Some have said, well, what if the team is sold? Well, that franchise is still here. A new owner would have the same issue. They would have to be requesting permission and pay the fee to move the team. And they would be in competition with the team's need to offer a new franchise. So it'd be the same issue. So what I'm trying to do is lay that to rest, because I don't think that the reality is that the team would be moved. But what I said earlier today, you know, I am one that thinks that it would be good to have a state-of-the-art stadium, but I supported another revenue stream earlier. And Representative Lanning, I hope that you'll remember that there were 57 of us here that said gambling is not the way to go. And you just heard Representative Hackbarth talk about the fact that it's not a stable, reliable source of revenue. That's one issue. Earlier today, some of us pointed out on the Benson amendment that there are some social costs when you're dealing with gambling. So you really have two issues there. You've got the social costs in addition to the question about that being a stable source of revenue. So using the Benson approach, which was to use user fees, would have been a much better way to go, both for our society as well as a stable way of funding it. It is workable. Now, I understand in the Senate, in committee, the idea of user fees failed in a very close vote, so I suspect it's going to surface there in the Senate. Hopefully, they'll have user fees when it passes the Senate, and we would end up in a conference committee, and that's what I say, Representative Lanning, please look closely at that as an alternative. So those of us that would like to see a state-of-the-art stadium, but do draw a line on the social costs of gambling, would have an opportunity to move forward on this issue. So those are a few of the comments that I would like to make. Some of them I made earlier today. I told the story of a constituent. I could have told many more in terms of what gambling meant to that household. When I was grabbing a bite to eat earlier today in the retiring room, talked with other people that told story after story of the social costs of gambling in various parts of our state. And that's my main concern with this funding stream, Representative Lanning. So again, please look at another alternative, which is user fees or a tax on user fees as a better way to fund the stadium. Thank you.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Members, I just want to say a few words. No matter what is said here tonight, I'm not going to feel guilty about voting for this bill. If somebody gambles and comes into addiction, that's their own fault. I'm not going to feel guilty about it. If they have too much to drink and get a DWI, I don't want them blaming me. If they use fireworks when we make it legal and they blow their hand off, they're not going to blame me. I'm not going to feel guilty about it. I'm sick of feeling guilt over this bill. I'm going to vote for it, and I'm going to vote yes because I think it's a good bill and it's a way to finally get the job done. And trying to make us all feel guilty for doing a legal activity is a little ridiculous. When I leave here, I might go have a couple of beers after all of this. If I get picked up in the DWI on the way home, I would never blame anybody else. I'd take my own responsibility. So I'm just kind of sick and tired of people that run into a problem that can't control their urges doing something that's illegal. Of blaming everybody else. I'm all for providing part of the money to help solve their problems into the compassion thing and helping them, get cured from their ailment. But anyway, I'm voting for the bill, and I think other people here, the conservatives, can vote for it without any problem or any conflict. We've run around the horn with this thing too many times. The average constituent in my area, first of all, the emails and the phone calls are coming in 20-1 with me personally in support of the stadium and this bill. The average person in mine says, I'm not really excited about this, but if you can find a way to pay for it without costing me right out of my pocket, I'll vote for it, or I want you to vote for it. And so that's what I'm doing. I feel no guilt or shame voting for the thing. I'm proud to vote for it, to get it finally out of our hair, get it off the front page of the news every day, and people approaching me about it. Another little story here. I was celebrating my 61st birthday the other night, and I had the family with me, and we had a designated driver. And we went around to 6 different places that sold beverages all night long. And in every single one, people came up to me and told me to vote for the bill. Not one single person. My family was with me, said they couldn't believe it, the support. And these were all small towns, 750 to 2,500 people. And so, I shouldn't turn my back on my friends over here. But anyway, vote for the bill. Vote for the bill. It's a good bill. It's a compromise. It took a long time in coming. I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to start by saying that I strongly agree with just about all the criticisms of this bill that we've heard tonight. Representative Greiling, you are absolutely right. This is the wrong priority at the wrong time. Just last summer, we passed a budget that raise property taxes on people who can't afford it, on seniors, on renters, on small businesses all across the state. We owe $2.4 billion to kids all across this state. Last summer, we borrowed $700 million against future revenue coming into the state, the first time in our history that we ever borrowed to cover our ongoing operating expenses. We have major commitments in Minnesota that we are not keeping because we can't find the money to pay for them. And this bill puts a Viking stadium in line in front of all of those other things for new revenue. To the Republican members, I have to say that you have finally found a bill, you finally found an issue that you're willing to raise revenue for, and it's a stadium. I think that is the wrong priority. And Representative Banyan, I also happen to agree with you. Every independent economic analysis shows that when the government weighs in and spends public money to build a stadium, it's not getting a return. There is no long-term economic return for building a stadium. It's government interfering where no market would ever tread outside of a few select metro areas. It is simply not an efficient use of resources. It does not bring a return. I agree with Representative Hackbarth that funding from these electronic poll tabs is highly suspect. The numbers are made to work because it solves a political problem, not because those numbers are based on any kind of reality. It's like we are trying to get a fair market value or get an appraisal of a house without any comps whatsoever. It's just it's done by professional people in good faith, but essentially the numbers are just plucked from air. Members on the DFL side, the Republicans are willing to raise revenue for a stadium, and I think the question to all of us has to be, would we rather spend money, even if it means raising a regressive form of revenue, or would we rather make the world a little bit more fair and treat people who are struggling a little bit better? That's a question we need to struggle with a little bit more, members. I think one of the worst things about this stadium debate is that it illustrates, not the debate, about the bill, is that it illustrates one of the major problems that we have in politics today, which is that people who are very rich and people who are very powerful are very good at getting their hands on other people's money. Even worse, they're good at bending the rules to suit their own benefit and to suit their own interest. Representative Banyan mentioned the NFL monopoly. If the NFL was any other business or any other trade group, they would be in jail. They have a special exemption because they are rich and powerful and popular. Members, I think in many, many ways, this stadium bill represents one of the worst problems in our politics today. But we also, I think, have to think a little bit more deeply and look at another problem in our politics. And it's a problem that both parties, I think, both parties face, both in Minnesota and around the country. And I think it's also illustrated by last summer's government shutdown, a 21-day state government shutdown, the longest in our state history, and truly an embarrassment for all of us. We should all be ashamed of that. The larger problem is that when politicians, because of their political party base, because of ideological purity tests in their party, politicians find it very easy today to close their ears, close their eyes, and close their minds and just vote no. I can find an endless list of reasons for voting against this stadium bill. But the thing that gives me the most pause is the idea that because we can find a problem with it, because we have an objection to it, we should vote no and just not solve a problem. We do have a Vikings problem. I don't know that we need to solve it this year. But to me, the bigger problem is a jobs problem. We have extremely high unemployment in the construction trades. We have high unemployment in the trades and in construction because we had a big bubble. A bubble that was caused by that other big problem in politics, which is that people were able to rig the system to benefit their own interests. Well, when that bubble burst, it left a lot of people unemployed, and they've been unemployed for a long time. And I know that this idea of stimulus is something that's somehow attached to President Obama, and the idea that government should be the spender of last resort in order to prime the pump and keep things going. But members, that saved us from a Great Depression in 2009. And I think everyone here, if they're candid with themselves, would admit it. And there is a role for government to spend money in order to get a part of the economy moving. So when you have people who've been unemployed for years, when you have kids outside this chamber that hold up signs that say, "Help get my dad a job," when you have workers who want to go to work and not ask for a handout, there is a role for government to step in and create jobs to make that possible. And so, members, I think that with all the problems for this stadium bill, the problem that we most need to fear is that we are unwilling to compromise, that we are unwilling to make a difficult choice, that we are unwilling to step away from the easy politics of just say no, and by doing so, we fail to make what progress we can while we're here. Members, this body changes over very rapidly. Most people here do not go on to become the governor or to become a candidate for president like Tim Pawlenty did. It just doesn't happen very often. The stakes for us personally for taking a vote outside our comfort zone are actually pretty low. Most people here could probably go out, if they weren't reelected, most people here could probably go out and find a job that pays them $30,000 a year. Not everybody, but most of us could probably do that. So the stakes for us personally are not terribly high to take a tough decision and make a tough vote. To sometimes say no to your caucus, to sometimes say no to your political party, to sometimes say no to special interest groups, to sometimes say no, I'm not going to toe the party line. If we are going to do good things for this state, members, we're going to have to find more people who are willing to reject the just say no politics and are willing to embrace the politics of compromise and the politics of solving problems that the public expects us to solve. It won't cost us very much to do a better job of working together. You're not going to be giving up the presidency. You're not going to be giving up the governorship. You're probably not going to be giving up the highest paid job you've ever had. It's possible to take a risk, step out on your own, and try to do something right. And members, that's why I'm voting yes today. I have all kinds of reasons to oppose the stadium bill. There's a lot of problems with it, but there is one problem that we can solve. That's jobs for construction workers right now. And members, I think it's do what you, of course, you are going to do on this bill, but I think we have an obligation to actually try to solve problems together, even if it's not always comfortable. I'd urge a green vote.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative from Golden Valley. However, yes, at what cost? Yes, at what cost? All right, and I guess that's the question we have to ask ourselves. It wasn't more than a month ago when you talked to most of the people in this body and talked to most people across the state of Minnesota, and they said no general fund dollars. Come to a solution. Work at a solution. But don't use general fund dollars. Don't use direct taxpayer dollars. And then lo and behold, Commissioner Goodell comes to town, people got starry-eyed, and just like that, the dominoes started to fall, and it was incredible. Yes, at what cost? Representative Hackbarth pointed out very clearly that the revenue estimates by the Department of Revenue for this bill have absolutely no precedence. No precedence anywhere in the world. And yet, we're ready to book $52.2 million a year on a revenue stream that has no precedence anywhere in the world. And to top that all off, The authors of the bill are so sure that this revenue is going to come in that they put a wall of separation between the repayment of the appropriations bonds and this revenue coming in. Rather than say we're going to repay these appropriations with the revenue coming in, which was intimated about, 15 hours ago, but was one of the first things removed when the bill came before us. Why is that? Because the revenue that's estimated is not going to happen, folks. Is not going to happen. Now, folks, the author of this bill talked about the money coming in is going to go right to the general fund, and then from the general fund we're going to make appropriations. Well, money going into the general fund is first dedicated to 3 separate areas: the cash flow, the budget reserve, any education shift. After that, we use the money for whatever other priorities we set. Now, some can say, yeah, well, we're jumping that order in this bill, which we are. We're jumping that order by saying, no, before any of those, we're going to pay back these appropriation bonds. You say, well, the money's coming in, right? The money is coming in fiction only. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be appropriating for a stadium revenue that is supposed to go to pay off previously committed priorities. So we think about those things. You know, and we talk about the yes, Representative Winkler. I wanted to be yes. Early on in this legislative session, I had a bill that said yes. A bill with numbers not made up through fiction, but with numbers that are proven in about 20 other states. Through numbers that are supported and a gaming process that is supported by 70 to 80% of Minnesotans. The Racino proposal. And not only does that proposal bring in $52 million, but the proposal for Racino was to bring in $132 million. But the moment that was put on to a stadium proposal, the Senate author of the bill went ballistic. Went absolutely ballistic. And you read her comments in the newspaper. Said, this kills the bill. We have to strip that out. That's courage. That's doing the right thing. No, instead we're going to pass a bill that's make-believe. I think there was a senator that called these numbers foo-foo and fairy dust. And that's appropriate. So let's be honest. Let's be honest and simply say that we are vaulting this stadium above other spending priorities this legislative session. We are going to be spending $45 million a year of general fund taxpayer dollars to build a Viking stadium if you vote green. And we're going to be truthful to the people of the state of Minnesota. The same people, the 70% have said not with general fund dollars. But Commissioner Goodell and a very vocal minority have put so much pressure on the members here that we're ready to cave on the taxpayers and the good working people of the state of Minnesota. Please vote no.
The member from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Mr. Speaker, members, I've sat through a lot of stadium debates. 1997, Representative Jennings was leading the charge for the Twin Stadium debate. Finally got resolved in '06. The Vikings have been around since that long. Difference between 97, 2007, and 2012. We always had the lease to fall back on. They're committed to be here till 2011. Members kept saying they can't move. There were some court challenges. But all of a sudden, 2011 came along, and it made it a tougher situation for all of us. Representative Winkler, I think you hit some of the nail on the head. It is sometimes about finding a way to compromise. It's been about a way to find a bill that is more palatable than others' proposals. I think we've had amendments here today that have improved this bill. Representative Lanning, I think we had a couple amendments. Of course, I had one that didn't pass. I think that would have been a much more ideal situation to privately fund it, but you got to have the votes to get something through. We had another amendment, Representative Biskins. I think it would address the issue you've just talked about. Let Minnesotans have a little fun. It's called fireworks. It's passed this House floor already. It's passed the Senate already. The governor was very close in his decision on whether he should veto it or not. He waited till the last minute. Representative Lanning, I hope that this bill can go to conference committee and take some language, or maybe the Senate will even see the wisdom of using fireworks to have a twofer. A twofer for the state of Minnesota and the Vikings fans and the citizens that are concerned about the funding stream if electronic pull tabs isn't the way to sustain it, which I think probably is. But why not add fireworks to shore that up, something that many and a majority of Minnesotans do and would support. So members, it's about compromise. We've got a few days left in this session. I've been thinking long and hard, and I've been reading all the emails coming in from constituents, several coming in today, and I've been writing them back, and I've said I'm pondering to see what happens to the bill. But members, I think Representative Winkler talked about it, the compromise of trying to get things done. Representative Winkler, I'm willing to work with your side of the aisle and the governor if he's willing to work with us. I think we need to reconsider the fireworks amendment that should have gone on in here today. Representative Lanning, I hope we can find support for that in conference committee. There's some tax relief that our homeowners and our small businesses and our veterans need. I hope we can find a way to help those people out as well as the Vikings fans. And so, Representative Winkler, like you, I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to move this to a conference committee. And my decision today, after all this debate, will be to support this bill, knowing that there's opportunity to finish this session with some tax relief, with a plan to support keeping the Vikings in Minnesota, with a plan to bring legal fireworks into the state instead of having everybody do it illegally, bring the revenue that comes along with that, Representative Lanning. I hope that can be a successful plan. Without that, I can't see myself supporting just a stadium bill. But I hope the governor is listening and we can get those things done as we've talked for about many days, many weeks. And the citizens have changed a little on this. I talked about how long the Viking Stadium has been discussed, 15 plus years. The difference is the lease in 2011 wasn't ever here until last year. And right now, a lot of people, I think, have changed their tune. In fact, I know they have, because looking at my legislative surveys, about a third of the respondents have said, I used to be no, but now I'm yes. And so, members, I think we're close to the finish line here. We're inside the red zone. We're probably a third and long. We can get this done today, get a first down, and go the rest of the way into the end zone before we adjourn on Wednesday or Thursday. And Representative Winkler, I hope we can work together on this, on tax relief for small businesses and citizens and homeowners of Minnesota, and fireworks. Representative Lanning, good luck going to conference committee.
Member from Stearns, Representative Hosch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I didn't plan to speak today. In the weeks and in the months prior to the debate, I was pretty sure how I was going to vote on this issue. I was frustrated with the dealings that we've had in previous sessions and our inability to focus on the issues that I think are the primary responsibilities of state government. Representative Winkler, you're right. We should be funding our schools first. We should be making sure that we have a tax system that doesn't overly rely on property tax increases. We need to make sure that people caring for those with disabilities aren't getting a 20% pay cut, but are being rewarded for the work and the value that they bring to the state. And Representative Bannion, you're right too. There's not going to be a dollar for dollar return on the investment that we make. That is the economics of this. However, it's not just the dollars and cents. It's not the priorities and just saying, you know, I wish I had my way or no way. It's the intangibles that we also have to think about, the quality of life issues that we have in Minnesota. I mean, if it was just about the dollars and cents, there wouldn't be a playground in my neighborhood for my kids to play on. I wouldn't be running down the Wobegon Trail and enjoying a nice spring day in Minnesota, because those things just wouldn't make sense. But they provide a service, a value to our families and to the state of Minnesota. And that's something that I reflected a lot on. You probably got just as many emails as I got, hundreds from our constituents, probably thousands from people that we don't directly represent but are Minnesotans. And I was impressed by the stories and the memories that they would share with us. And it made me reflect on the very ones that I had. I come from a Vikings family. I was born on a Sunday, October 16th, 1977. And I might get in trouble for telling this story, but when I was born, my mom actually went into labor during the game. And the game went into overtime. My dad really didn't want to bring my mom in right away because the game was an overtime game against the Chicago Bears. So if I ever want to get my dad in trouble, I tell that story. I remind my mom about what happened on that Sunday. But I also remember, you know, of course I didn't remember that, but I also remember other things. I remember in 1987 when I fell in love with Anthony Carter because he had a phenomenal playoff series. And I remember when Darren Nelson almost caught that football at the goal line and we would have been in the Super Bowl. I remember when the Herschel Walker trade happened and I was so excited. It seemed like the best deal we made. Only a year later we realized that, you know, we had years of watching the Dallas Cowboys win a few Super Bowls. I remember coming in from deer hunting early just a few years ago to watch the Vikings game, and glad that I did because I watched Adrian Peterson run for over 290 yards. And I shared those experiences not just with myself, but with my family. And now I have a 4.5-year-old at home, and I have an 18-month-old at home. And I hope I have a lot of years where I can have stories with them, where I can enjoy a Sunday evening or afternoon or a Monday, having those memories. That's what it's about. That's the quality of life that we should have here in Minnesota. So after reflecting on the stories that I got in emails and the memories that I have, and that even though it might not make sense on a dollars and cents issue, or it might not make sense because we should be doing other government priorities, I can't imagine a state without the Vikings. And I can't imagine the next few years not being able to have those experiences with my family. And I want to be able to tell my kids and future generations that I was part of something great that we can build together. So I hope we can support this. I hope we can allow the process to move forward and we can have a better bill. This has been a respectful debate. It's ugly at times, but this is how things are supposed to work. So I hope we can pass this today. Thank you for your time.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As you could tell from the slight moment there, I wasn't planning on speaking at first, and then I decided that I would say something. And I was listening to the various people talk tonight about this Viking Stadium and talk about their memories and talk about what this bill means. And I heard a couple terms throughout that folks were saying that really resonated with me, and I thought I would stand and speak to it. I heard Representative Winkler talk about perfect, and I wrote this little note that says, perfection is the notion that continues to escape me. It's because I realized something is that perfection is something that we all strive for, but yet and still is something that always evades us. And here in the legislature for the past 2 terms, I've gotten to, well, I really understand that this whole notion of perfection is something that truly escapes us, because I can never think of a bill that was so perfect that I said, that's it. It is not it. And I want to say to Representative Lanning, I know that he's worked very hard on this particular bill, and I've been deeply engaged at talking about it because I believe that it is a pivotal point for us. And I would agree that this notion of perfection escapes me, but I understand that the bill is not perfect. But notwithstanding that, Representative Lanning, I am probably going to be one of the few from Minneapolis who supports this bill tonight. And I want you to know that I don't take that lightly. I don't take my role here lightly, even though I once in a while will talk, and other times I'm here with the headphones on and I'm listening to everything that is being said. But it reminds me of something as I stand here tonight and as we begin to, think about this bill. There's a quote, and I like quotes because quotes sometimes, captures what I really want to say, but yet and still my vocabulary is sometimes limited, so I rely on someone else's greatness. And one of the people that I'm thinking about tonight is Martin Luther King. And one thing that he says that is one of my favorite quotes, he says, quote, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands at the time of convenience and comfort, but it is where he stands at the time of challenge and controversy." And as we think about that tonight, and as we think about what our vote will be, I'm clear as to what I'm going to do because I am grateful for a number of different things. I, too, wish that there was a different funding mechanism, but it is what it is. When I think about this billion-dollar investment that is going to be in my district, right now, most people think I just represent North Minneapolis, but I had some folks up in the balcony earlier that were from downtown because I represent downtown Minneapolis as well. I'm thinking about the property tax relief that would also be captured here with the Target Center, with the expanded language around the convention sales tax. I'm thinking about job creation. I know that my union brothers and sisters have talked eloquently about the fact that there's over 7,000 jobs that's going to be available here. But you have to understand in real time that the folks in the urban corridors, that unemployment rate, even though the unions say theirs is about 20%, in urban corridors, that unemployment rate exceeds 40%, arguably. And you're talking about people who are living below the poverty line, and you're also thinking about those who really want to improve their quality of life. And so the job creation here is very important to me because I have union folks in my district as well. But there's also language here that promotes us and forces us or pushes us to hire women, the disabled, people of color, in contracting, labor. But it also requires us to think about not just people of color and women, but others who live in those urban corridors where there's a high level of poverty and high unemployment. So that could be my good friend Mark, who talks about being in a labor union and not being employed for several years, who happens not to be a woman and not a person of color. But he is someone who should be able to think about this billion-dollar investment being put in North Minneapolis or in downtown Minneapolis, and for him to be able to participate. As I said earlier, it's also important not just for jobs, but also for those who are going to work on the stadium. But what about the small businesses that are around or near this stadium? To me, that's very important. And I think about downtown as a whole because we want to think about promoting an economic vitality, and we want to make sure that that economic engine continues to move and thrive and provide opportunities not just for Minneapolis but all those who come from near and far. And I know that we all are challenged around the gambling notion. And I was happy that Representative Lanning tonight also removed the Hennepin County tax as a backup funding mechanism. So all that is to say, and I just want to be as short as possible, I know that I'm not old enough to know this, but I've seen this on many black and white television shows, but there was a comedian by the name of Mom Mabley. And Mom Mabley says, if you do what you always did, then you're going to get what you always got. And so if we want something different to happen, we have to do something different. And I know that most people want change, but they want someone else to do it. But tonight, change is something that we all have to put in our hands, and we have to do the right thing tonight. And even though this bill is not perfect, and we can think of everything that's wrong with it, but there is also something that's right with it. So perhaps we should look at the glass not as being half empty, but as half full.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, here we are in the closing days of the biennium, and we've had a lot of discussion. Tonight I heard about a tax bill, business breaks. We had that discussion. Some people thought it was a smoking hot tax bill. I felt otherwise. Yes, Representative Davids, it was smoking hot. We had that discussion. We had arguments over education and who should pay and who should get what. And we had tuition increases. And I have some feelings about that because I think state law says what we're doing is illegal. But that, nevertheless, that is a debate we've had. We owe our school children billions of dollars. You are right, Representative Greeling. But that is a debate we have had. We had a debate over school trust lands and our fiduciary responsibility, and decisions were made on every one of them. And I can tell you and firmly believe tonight, if we voted this stadium down, it wouldn't change one of those things, not one. So the question really is about the stadium. It isn't about trying to connect things to other issues, because we've had those debates and we've had heated disagreements, and some sides have prevailed over others, and every once in a while my governor gave me a victory, and that's that. So for me, it's about what's next. Do I like gambling? I'm an addictions counselor. I hate it. I don't like it at all. I know that 8% of the people that gamble are going to end up with an addiction and lose their home and their family. But this is what the bill is. I have workers, 40, 50% unemployment in the trades up in Duluth. And so I called and I said, what does this benefit you? And President Olson said, you know, I'd like to tell you it was 100 or 200 jobs that my guys would go down there for, but that's not real, because we can't afford $200 a night at a hotel in Minneapolis. But what is real is there will be 100 or 150 less people coming to Duluth taking jobs from our members. So it is a job creator for Duluth. I went to the bar owners and I said, what does this mean to you? And he said, and you know what they told me? From preseason to season to playoff, that's 5 months of Sunday football. That makes the difference for those owners throughout Minnesota. So I have to think about those jobs. I have to think about the argument that construction jobs are temporary. That is the industry. We build a project, we move on. We might do some renovations or some maintenance, but we move on. Those are real jobs. 7,000 jobs building this stadium, putting people to work, food on the table, clothes on their back, paying for their kids' education, making the mortgage payment, preventing foreclosure. That is real. That's what this bill does for thousands of Minnesotans. And then it keeps the hospitality industry going and supporting it in Minneapolis and the greater Twin Cities area. And I have to think about those jobs. Because, you know, my daddy told me it didn't matter what you did. You could sling a burger, wash cars, or be the smartest man in the universe. All work is noble, and it is worthy. And so we have to think about all the people that are going to go to work on this project or a result of this project, members. This is the jobs bill the governor has been waiting for, what the people of Minnesota have been waiting for. We need to put our state to work. And we argue today over prevailing wage and unionization, and we'll have those fights another day. But today, it's about putting food on the table and paying for somebody's education and keeping a roof on their head. I am going to vote green on this, and I urge all of you to do so.
The member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Mr. Speaker, members, consider a few things. Consider what's going on in the world around us today. In Europe, there are concerns that the Eurozone may be collapsing. There's a new president that's been elected in France. World markets are faltering. We are living through a critical juncture in the history of our state, our nation, and even our world. We face a federal debt exceeding $16 trillion. And our state faces a structural budget deficit because our state, friends, has a spending problem and not a revenue problem. So ask yourself this: why are we spending so much time today discussing state funding for a Viking stadium? Why have we seen this peculiar process where a bill goes to a committee, is voted down, goes to another committee, is resurrected, and it's pushed all the way through to the floor at the very end of session? Why are we seeing that process for a Viking stadium? Where are our priorities? Friends, this is not a jobs bill. Borrowing money from future generations, creating obligations to pay debt service, and transferring that money, which will be paid back with tax revenues of some sort, transferring that money to the present time, that's just moving money around. So this is not a jobs bill. Representative Winkler made some very good points. We need to compromise. We need to seek compromise. We also need to stand on our principles. And we need to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Members, are we being good stewards of taxpayer dollars and resources by prioritizing a Viking stadium now ahead of so many other things, when we should be working on tax reform and creating a better business climate in Minnesota? Perhaps we are putting the cart before the horse. Perhaps there would be no question of the Vikings staying in Minnesota if we created a business climate in Minnesota that was robust and attracted people and businesses and entrepreneurs to our state and created a better market worthy of an NFL team. Now, Minnesota is worthy of an NFL team. And I think one of the reasons we're spending so much time on this is because we're motivated by emotion and fear, and the goodwill and the cultural legacy of the Vikings over the past 5 decades is being turned and used as a weapon against the people of Minnesota. Members, I support a Viking stadium, and there is a role for the state to play in funding a portion of a stadium. But this bill is not good enough. This deal is not a good deal. The funding source, expansion of gambling, is untested. We're putting our taxpayers on the hook should it fall short. And should the gambling projections exceed estimates, well, we're saddling even more people in Minnesota with what amounts to a regressive tax. None of this is good. So where are our priorities? Let's not build a monument to misplaced priorities. Let's have the courage to step away from the negotiation table and come back and get a better deal. As a true Minnesota sports fan, Vikings, Twins, Timberwolves, we should be concerned about the precedent we're setting as well. How quickly are we going to cave in these negotiations with the National Football League? If we do the deal before us now, we will be sending a signal, and we will create a precedent, and it will be all the more easy in the future for other teams to come and demand from us what we are looking at giving to the National Football League and the Minnesota Vikings today. So let's show some strength here, some courage of conviction. Let's not rush to compromise just to get something done and overlook all of the terrible things in this bill and all the sacrifices we would be making simply to solve a problem. Solve a problem which may not be government's problem to solve, or if it is government's problem to solve, not in the way that this bill proposes and not to the extent that this bill proposes. Members, there is a better way. There's a better way to stand up for the legacy of the Vikings, Minnesota sports teams, everything cultural and historical that those teams entail. That better way is by voting red on this bill, continuing discussions, coming back next year in a stronger position, and negotiating something that actually makes sense for Minnesota, that we can be proud of, that comports with our principles, and that our constituents can be proud of. Please vote red.
Member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the discussion. I won't take a lot of time, but just want to mention, I've heard throughout this debate the notion that this bill is the governor's big jobs bill. Well, members, I don't need to remind you, but the government in this situation isn't creating jobs. We're simply extracting money from the private sector, bringing it into government, and redeploying it at the will of government, in this case, to subsidize a private company. I know a lot of us struggle with that, and is that the proper role and function of government? And that's something we'll have to grapple with throughout the rest of the discussion. But members, this bill isn't ready for prime time. We heard from Representative Hackbarth very eloquently about the limitations of the funding mechanism behind this bill. If this doesn't work, we create an unfunded liability for future legislatures, for future taxpayers, and we exacerbate our structural deficit problem. Members, that is not fiscal responsibility. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the people that sent us here, and I encourage you to join me in exercising that fiduciary responsibility, because this bill is not ready for prime time.
Any further discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, with all these personal stories, I can't resist injecting one, which is with all of the story of the tragedy of what would happen if the Vikings leave. I actually lived through a much deeper tragedy of that kind, which was when the Brooklyn Dodgers left Brooklyn, when I lived 4 blocks from Ebbets Field. That was in not quite my childhood. Young adulthood would be probably a little bit closer, but that was really a sense that the soul had gone out of Brooklyn. And what happened? And first of all, what happened to people who stayed there? relatives who had had season ticket boxes right behind first base in Ebbets Field. Their lives were reduced to spending all of their time watching television and rooting against the Yankees, which was the only thing a Brooklyn fan could do. But what's the final sequel of this story? What's happening this year, actually for the next season, is that Brooklyn is finally getting a professional team back. Yes, you may call it the New York Nets, but it's actually the Brooklyn Nets. And it's moving into Brooklyn, and it is funded totally by private funding. That's exactly the way this stadium should be done too. It shouldn't take 50+ years to wait for it to happen, but it can happen. And even though many of us don't believe that the team would leave, I assure you, you can live through, and a city can live through that. It is not the tragedy that people are pretending it is.
Is there any further discussion? The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first, I'd like to thank the members of the body for voting in favor of the A63 amendment, passed with 97 votes and bipartisan support. And I greatly do appreciate that. And just as a reminder for the body and members of the public, even with this amendment, the public contribution to this facility would still be $443 million. This would be the third largest public contribution in NFL history. And I recognize that if this bill is able to move through the process, and I expect that it will, that certainly the bill will not look exactly like it does today. But I also think it's fair to recognize that the bill will not look exactly as it did when it first came into this chamber this morning. But I believe that we can find a reasonable compromise that protects the best interests of the taxpayers, but also keeps the Vikings in the state of Minnesota. Members, I do want to talk about the dialogue, not within this chamber. I thought the dialogue in the chamber was great, but the conversations and the communication we have gotten from outside of this chamber over the last couple of weeks. And if there's one thing I could share with the members of the public, it would be this. Regardless of how your legislator votes, whether they are Democrat or Republican, realize this is not an easy decision. The proponents or opponents of this bill would like you to believe that this is a black or white issue. It is simple, easy, and direct. And the fact of the matter is, it is not. We are talking about a multi-$100 million public expenditure for a private enterprise that is already successful and profitable. But that being said, this is a battle of the heart versus the mind. Your heart looks at this, and you look at the other needs we have in our state and in our society, and we say to ourselves, your first thoughts are, you can't justify this. But then your mind kicks in, and your mind remembers the Minnesota North Stars, and you remember the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Cleveland Browns, and Baltimore Colts, the Houston Oilers, now they're in Tennessee. Each of those cases, when they lost professional franchises, community's public opinion regretted it and ended up spending 3, 4, even 5 times as much money to get that franchise or an expansion team to locate back in this facility, or locate back in the city. So it is, it's not an easy decision, and I would hope the members of the public recognize that there are members in this body on a bipartisan basis who are really trying to do what is in the best interest of the next generation. And that's one of the reasons why I offered my amendment to reduce that general fund exposure, because as others have said, the electronic poll tabs revenue, there are authentic concerns with the viability of that revenue going forward. But Mr. Speaker and members, the primary reason why I'm voting for this bill is because of the tax relief that is contained in it. Tax relief for the charities of the state of Minnesota, to let them help out in our local communities and their local clubs to really help neighborhoods, help communities, help kids. It's been a silent success story in this bill that has not come forward. Is that the fact of the matter is substantial tax relief for charities are in this bill. Mr. Speaker and members, again, I recognize that this bill, when it comes back to us, will not look exactly as it does today, but it should not and will not look exactly as it came in today. And I think for that, it earns your green vote to continue this vote forward in the process.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm giving myself 1 minute so we can vote. Members, none of us ran as a stadium as a priority. I ran for office because education was a priority for my wife, for my family, and for me. But we have priorities, we also have responsibilities, and I think that's what Representative Garofalo was getting to. And whether you want to vote yes or no, whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, it's our responsibility to decide this issue. And Representative Lanning, I think there are now 130 co-authors of your bill, because I think the bill was good and became better today. And I think the bill that became better today will become even better, assuming there's conference committee. Members, I was thinking about the class that I took to England in 1998, and we were all in a bar in London watching Gary Anderson miss a field goal. And there were people from Minnesota who were living all over Europe who were in London in this bar to watch the game. So as I get ready to vote, I'll be thinking of quality of life, I'll be thinking how the Vikings bring Minnesotans together, and I'll ask you for your green vote.
The member from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start off by asking for a call of the House, please.
Representative Kriesel requests a call of the House. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll. Calling the member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Dean moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor of the Dean motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant-at-Arms will bring in the absent members. Calling the member from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm not going to go into the economics of the stadium, what it means, the jobs and all of that, okay? That's been hashed out numerous times tonight. I want to talk about what the Vikings mean to my family, to my neighbors, people I know, and people across the state of Minnesota. All right? Many of us, when we're away from here, we work 9 to 5 jobs or even longer hours than that. Very stressful lives for many people, for many Minnesotans. Professional sports provide an escape from reality, a much-needed distraction from our stressful lives. And that's important. It plays into the fabric of our culture, our way of life. And I can't count the times, you know, when I worked in the ink factory in Minneapolis, the days, it was a very tough job. It wasn't a fun job. But on Mondays, whether it was after a Vikings victory or a Vikings loss, we had something to talk about. You run across people in the grocery store on a Monday, people you never met. They'll be like, did you see Adrian fumbling yesterday or whatever it was, okay? Or how about Brett Favre? Man, he looked good. He looks like he's 22 again. All right? And I know that when you put emotions into political debates, sometimes it's not the best thing to do. But that is what much of this is. There's not many other issues that bring this many people to the Capitol, yelling and chanting and screaming. There's not this many issues that fill our inboxes with emails saying how important this is to people. In the fall, the favorite day, my favorite day of the week and my family's favorite day of the week is Sunday. We get together, we have people over, we dress in purple from head to toe, and we watch the Vikings. That's our tradition. We don't go to art museums or plays or anything like that, and I have no problem with those. My family's recreation is watching the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday, and it is something that has made my family closer. And like Representative Hodge said, I cannot think of Minnesota without the Vikings. I'm worried they will leave if we don't pass it. And yeah, we're put in a really crappy spot. This should have been done years ago, but you know what? It wasn't. We were elected to be leaders. We were elected to make tough decisions. And this is a tough decision. And it's about time that we handle it ourselves and quit trying to push it off on other people. Let's show the people of Minnesota we can handle this. And that it's not fun, but I guarantee there will be consequences this fall if we don't get this done. Not for me, because I'm not running again, but many people in this room, there will be. All right? I heard so many times today in this debate, well, I love the Vikings, but, or I want the Vikings to stay in Minnesota. I don't want them to leave, but. Well, this is your chance to prove that you don't want the Vikings to leave. This is your chance to prove that you do love the Vikings. I've been a Vikings fan my whole life, and I've been through a lot of downs. They provided many downs, okay? I remember in '87, Darren Nelson dropped a pass that would have tied in the NFC Championship game, would have tied the Redskins. Hopefully would have moved on to the Super Bowl. I was at the game in '98 where Gary Anderson missed a field goal that would have put us in the Super Bowl, okay? Most recently, I was with my children watching the 2009 NFC Championship game, and I'll never forget it. All tough times, but they provided many highs as well. Members, if we vote this down, this will make all of those lows look like nothing, because this team will leave. We are competing against other markets now. Their lease is up. After this next season, we can complain as much as we want about how much we're spending on this team. Wow, I wish the Vikings would spend more on this. I wish they would contribute more. I do, all right? But now there's other markets that might want to pay 75% of a stadium or 80% of a stadium. Let's not let it get to that. Please support this. Support regular Minnesotans. Support all of those constituents that have been emailing you all week. Support the average person. This is important to Minnesotans. I respectfully ask for your yes vote.
The member from Clay, the author of the bill, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, tonight and throughout this whole debate, we have heard many, many reasons for not doing this. Representative Winkler gave a long list of reasons why this should not be done. And I'm sure all of you can find other points to add to that list of reasons. But I want to give a little focus to the reasons for doing this, okay? And the number one reason I want to cite is Minnesota's tradition of quality in terms of our investments. When you look at what this state has done over decades in terms of investing in educational facilities, quality facilities that make us proud as a state, when you look at the investments we've made in parks and all kinds of recreational activities and facilities all over the state, Minnesota has a reputation of quality. Members, I tell you, the Metrodome no longer stands up to the tradition of quality that Minnesota is known for. Take a look at the Twin Stadium, now regarded as the finest facility of all the baseball stadiums in the country, or TCF Stadium, one of the finest college facilities in the country. And look at the University of Minnesota, the quality facilities we've built there and throughout all of our educational institutions. Members, the reality is that if we don't modernize our facility, we not only run the risk of losing a tenant, a major tenant, the team, but also a facility that makes Minnesotans all over proud to come and participate in activities that they could enjoy in this facility. Look at the 300+ events that take place in the Metrodome every year. No longer if we don't have a facility with an anchor tenant. We're also doing this, as already been mentioned, for the jobs that it creates and keeps. And yes, members, there are a lot of other things we need to do to create jobs. I agree. But this is a concrete example where we are going to create and retain some jobs for Minnesota. Another reason to do this, members, is to help our charities and small businesses all over the state. Many of these small businesses have been hurting for a lot of reasons, economic reasons, policy decisions we've made, like on the smoking ban, which, by the way, I supported. Lots of reasons why businesses are struggling. This adds some new life, new dimension, new opportunity for people to enjoy and support those facilities. And look what it can do for the charities all over the state who are raising money to help worthwhile, needy projects in communities. That's a reason for it. Another reason for doing this is if we don't, we stand the risk of losing revenue from the team that leaves. I told you, going forward, $26 million a year just in income tax revenue alone from the players and the team organization. They're gone. If they're gone, that's revenue that's out the door. If we don't keep this team and have a new facility over the next 30 years, we lose $800 million of revenue. Let's talk not only about what this costs, let's talk about what we lose if we don't have this facility. But you know, finally, the reason I believe we ought to do this, and it's the reason why you've been getting thousands of emails and letters and calls from people all over Minnesota. It's because the people of Minnesota, the fans, they want us to do something. They support this. Families all over the state spend their Sunday afternoons enjoying professional football on TV. They may never come down here for a game, but if the team is gone, they'll no longer have that recreational opportunity. I know many of you have gone to nursing homes. We heard this in the Twins debate too. You go into a nursing home during a football game and you see all kinds of seniors there tuned in, watching the game, enjoying the game. We don't keep this team, we don't have a facility that will keep a team, we lose the opportunity for our fans to enjoy this. Well, members, I think there are lots of reasons to do this, to hopefully counter some of the reasons not to do it. With that, I hope that we will make a decision that the people of Minnesota have been wanting and asking us to make a decision one way or another. Let's get this issue out of the headlines, off the front page. I think we're all tired of that. Let's make a decision. And finally, members, I want to give some thank yous. Again, I want to say thank you to you, Speaker Zellers, and Majority Leader Dean, for enabling us to have this debate, to have this discussion, to make a decision. I want to thank all of the people who have been involved in the preparation of this bill and negotiations that have been going on. Chair Mondale, the Metropolitan Sports Facilities Commission, Mayor Ryback, and the Minneapolis City Council, the representatives of the team. And in particular, I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Representative Morrow, Representative Lilly, Representative Atkins, Representative Nelson, Representative Hamilton, Representative Hoppe, Representative Paul Anderson, and Representative Kriesel. They have been all working for months trying to bring to you the best option that we felt we could put together. And finally, I want to thank the House Research and Fiscal staff. Members, I think we set a record probably on amendments, or darn close to it. And they worked under very, very difficult conditions. And every day I'm amazed at the work of our staff and what they're able to do under very short timelines and all the pressure that is brought to bear. So a special thank you to all of them. Members, let's vote. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
Messages from the Senate. This is the Scott motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1143, an act relating to state government. Conference Committee report on 1143 is addressed to the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate, the Honorable Kurt Sellers, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for 1143, report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all three conferees on the part of the Senate and all three conferees on the part of the House. Scott moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1143 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Calling the member from Minoka, Representative Scott, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Data Practices Omnibus Conference Committee report. I would just urge a green vote on this. Some of the changes that we made were we did work with Dolly on the language that preserves the floor amendment that Representative Murdoch and Representative McNamara worked out together. And this allows for the intergovernmental change or sharing of data and addresses concerns that were raised by the PCA. And the language doesn't allow the data to be used by non-governmental entity for any other reason other than the prevailing wage issue purposes. Some of the other issues that we covered were the DNR licensing data, and we were able to, we did abandon the language on the lake associations. Felt that was too cumbersome for enforcement. And we also added a clause allowing for release of information when it concerns physical safety or security. And that mirrors one that's similar to driver's license database databases. Those are really the high points of what we talked about. I guess if any other members on the conference committee wanted to weigh in, that would be fine too, but I would urge a member's green vote.
Discussion of the Conference Committee report. The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Representative Scott for chairing the Conference Committee or co-chairing the Conference Committee and the other conferees as well. I think we got a really good result here. I think Representative Scott talked about some of the controversial areas, particularly the DNR data, particularly the other labor-related data. I think we got that smoothed out, so we're not going to get vetoed or anything. That was Representative Mullery's issue earlier when we were talking about it on the floor on the way out of here. And then the final issue, too, is the CGIP dependent audits, which Representative Scott touched on. You can read for yourself the summary. I know everyone wants to get home, but the bottom line is here that I think we came to a really good accommodation and agreement with MMB to make this less onerous, less cumbersome, and easier for people, so that if you can't find these vital records of yours in order to get dependent coverage, there's going to be a lot of slack and a lot of leeway here. So I think people can be satisfied that with reasonable effort, everyone, not just the members of this body, but everyone, all of our constituents, no matter where they work in state government, are going to get a fair shake. So thanks to Representative Scott and others, and it's a good bill. I urge a yes vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to, Mr. Speaker, could you have that door shut? We can't hear anything.
Representative Mullery brings up a good point. Members, if you could please take your conversations to the alcove, or better yet, the retiring room. If members do need to leave the chamber, if you could please use the side exits, as well as the members of the media or the other body, it would be greatly appreciated, so that the members could hear the debate on the House floor. Representative Mullery, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to thank Representative Scott for working with us and coming to a good conclusion on the prevailing wage language.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Either Representative Scott or Representative Simon
Could one of you tell me exactly, Representative Scott, would you yield?
She will yield. Representative Rukavina.
Could you explain maybe a little more in depth what happened in conference committee with the amendment dealing with the dependents for state employees?
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Rukavina, we came up with 4 kind of fallback items on that, where if people can't find the documentation that they're needing to prove that they actually have a dependent, we've made some arrangements there so that if they can't find the documentation, that we will take their word for it, but they do have to meet some criteria. It's in the bill. Was that your question, or are you? Will Representative Rukavina yield? Was that answering your question?
Representative Rukavina, you still have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. That's part of it, Representative Scott. The protection of privacy, the concerns that Social Security numbers, taxes, etc., were required, and so all of that is kind of by the wayside now, and we don't have to worry about that being required. Is that also the new language?
Representative Scott will yield. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Rukavina. Yes, we did adopt language that inserted. Well, it requires that the department treat the data submitted for the audit as private data.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, I guess I'd feel comfortable if Representative Holberg feels comfortable with it, then I do too. So I don't know what Representative Holberg is going to do, but I'll follow her lead.
Discussion of the Conference Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate File 1143 signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading.
3rd reading of Senate File 1143 as amended by conference.
3rd reading. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 130 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference. Its title is agreed to. Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Dean moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is the Drazkowski motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1755, an act relating to state government. Conference Committee report is addressed to the Honorable Michelle L. Fishbach, President of the Senate, the Honorable Kurt Sellers, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File 1755, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 3 conferees on the part of the Senate and all 3 conferees on the part of the House. Drazkowski moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1755 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Call the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski, who will explain the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you will recall, this bill, Senate File 1755, is a bill that encouraged the Office of Management and Budget and the unions to become engaged in discussions around alternatives to layoffs, specifically encouraging unpaid leave and reductions in hours instead of layoffs. This bill, we had one amendment on the bill on the House side that added 3 sections to the bill. The Senate did not have an amendment, so they had the bill as was. We received some feedback from the Office of Management and Budget. They were particularly had problems with Section 4. There was a motion to remove Section 4 from the bill. That section was removed, and that leaves the committee report in front of you. Members, I'd like to thank Representatives Nelson and Benson for serving on the conference committee, and I urge your adoption of the report.
Discussion. Member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Drazkowski. And yeah, the bill that went out of here, there were some issues that were with it that I had, and I'm glad that we took Section 4 out. That was probably the worst part of the bill, but I think the bill coming out of here is okay, and I vote to adopt the committee report.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report on Senate File 1755 signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File 1755 as amended by conference.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the Clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 78 ayes and 50 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference. Its title is agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Holberg motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendments the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2967, an act relating to state government. Holberg moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House File 2967 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Calling the member from Dakota, Representative Holberg, who will explain the conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, a comment for Representative Scott. In all my years of carrying the data practices omnibus bill, they never cheered for my bill before. So with that being said, this, members, is 2 bills that got put together. It is the forecast bill, which is a kind of standard technical bill that realigns the spending numbers based on the February forecast. As that bill left the House, there was a Garofalo amendment on the bill. I'm sorry, Representative Garofalo, we weren't able to hold your language with the Senate. We're going to move today to concur with the base bill as introduced and prepared by the administration. In addition, on this bill are 2 other bills, if you will, the newborn screening and the language for the Department of Health that left here on Senate File 1212 last week is in this bill, and in addition to that is a supplemental funding bill. And just to kind of refresh people's memories, we have the money for the veterans as far as their council. We have $200,000 for the county-based services, which was a Representative Clark amendment. And we also have the soft body armor and Representative McElpatrick's program for apprenticeship programs for vets. In addition, we picked up Senate language for a matching program for MNSCU. And I'm certainly, with this late time, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Call the member from Hennepin, the Minority Leader, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, a lot of very excellent stuff in this bill. I do have concern with one section of the bill on page 5, section 8. I think this is money that is in a process that's not needed. It's money that we could better spend elsewhere, and so I would move that we not concur, send this to conference committee to take care of that provision, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Thiessen moves to refuse to concur on House File 2967 and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, well, I'm pretty disappointed about this motion. This language was signed off by the administration. It's actually a Representative Downey bill in which I think the Senate author is Senator Bonhoeff. We've worked on this for quite a while. I would oppose the Thiessen amendment or motion to refuse to concur. There's lots of good stuff in this bill, and we need to get it passed.
The amendment from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, on the motion to refuse to concur. How many conferees would you like for the conference committee?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3.
3. Discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Holberg yield to a question?
She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, the language that's in here pertaining to newborn screening, and is that all exactly the same language that left the House?
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker and members, as I just stated a minute ago, yes, it's the exact same language.
Further discussion. Further discussion on the motion to refuse to concur. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take a roll on the motion. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 73 nays, the motion to refuse to concur does not prevail. We are on the motion to concur. Further discussion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Holberg yield for a question.
She will yield, Representative Carlson.
Representative Holberg, you indicated that the administration had signed off on the bill, and I know it had a very strong vote in the Senate, but the benchmarking studies, it was my understanding that that was one that had been vetoed by the governor. If you could give us some background there, or at least resisted by the governor, what was the history of that? And I know it was originally an internal reallocation when it was on the House floor. Now there's $450,000 there. So I'd be interested in, when you say the governor has signed off, what that means, or the administration.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, Representative Carlson, both Minority Leader Thiessen and I received an email from Ms. Kelm-Helgen earlier tonight, and about a week ago I was approached by Representative Downey and Senator Bonhoeff about their language. I believe $400,000 of the cost is attributed to Representative Downey's provision around this study, and the $50,000 was the cost for Senator Bonhoeff. And in talking to people, and you'd have to talk to Representative Downey, at that point we weren't aware of any problems, and we were just told that we needed to carry the money and the language in this bill because the administration was okay with it as long as it was properly funded.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, if you'd yield again. That email you referenced, was it dealing with that specific issue, the backbenching?
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's the way things have been going around here, you got to get everything in writing, I guess. And so I asked for the administration's position on this bill as it left the Senate floor because the important provisions in here related to newborn screening and the Department of Health and the need to get that language passed and the fact that we're running out of time. And so I made contact with Ms. Helm-Helgen, and she provided an email response to the minority leader and myself saying they were okay with this. And the bill was never vetoed that Representative Downey had. I don't know if it was in conference or what its status was, but there never was a veto of that provision by the governor.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on the veto part of it, I just remember it was controversial and that the administration had some concerns when it was on the floor. Well, it was controversial on the floor, I know that. The backbenching and the reallocation, that's my memory, but at any rate, if the administration has signed off on it, I guess I'll yield to Representative Thiessen, but I have a little different recall as to whether that was controversial or not, but it did pass the Senate 63-0.
Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 1.50, I move that the House be allowed to continue in session after midnight.
Representative Dean moves the House to be able to meet past midnight. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. Motion prevails. The member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, I don't think the bill was controversial. It actually passed off of this floor with some bipartisan support. The question was whether or not the funding mechanism in the bill here in the House was adequate. We were going to rely on savings from the study itself. The Senate version of the bill had an appropriation in it, and it had also included a study that Senator Bonhoeff wanted. So when we passed it off the House floor and met with Representative Bonhoeff, or Senator Bonhoeff and Senator Daley, the author of the bill, came to agreement, and Senator Bonhoeff had covered off with the administration, and the Commissioner of Administration, Commissioner Cronk, is also supportive of the initiative and this appropriation. So I don't really think there's any controversy, and it was never vetoed. We just chose not to conference it.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would confirm what Representative Holberg is saying, is that the administration did sign off and give their approval to the spreadsheet and to the pieces of this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out earlier, it passed with a strong vote, so I'm not resisting it. I was just questioning that. But my recollection, Representative Downey, is that the reallocation was controversial, that part of it. That's why I was raising the question. Now you have an appropriation here, and apparently the administration is okay with that, but it was the reallocation that was highly questionable.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just standing in case there's any questions, but I would encourage members to support this motion to concur.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur on House File 2967 signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill's third reading.
Third reading, House File 2967, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, two things. I wanted to thank Representative, my classmate for her hard work on this data thing with the screening and the tuberculosis testing. It's been really, really hard. Since she found a vehicle to get this done, this is one of the must-have things we have to do, and she really worked hard at it. You can be proud of that. The RFI on the mandates is important, but this is a bill that has to pass, and so I hope we can not worry too much about that one piece. At least it's paid for, but this is a bill that's going to go to the governor, and I really pray he signs it so the Department of Health can keep in business and keep our epidemiological greatness intact that we're known so well for. So members, please vote yes.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 131 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference. Its title is agreed to. Fiscal calendar. Next bill on the fiscal calendar is Senate File 1856. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1856 on the fiscal calendar for today. The unofficially engrossed and for the second time reprinted for the House to include committee amendments, an act relating to lawful gambling.
Calling the member from Washington, Representative Kriesel, two-year bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an interesting night. I apologize for that. I have an amendment.
There is an author's amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the author's amendment.
Kriesel moves to amend Senate File 1856, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 630.
Call the member from Washington, Representative Kriesel, two-year author's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate File 1856, with this amendment, what it is it's the lawful gambling portion of the bill we just passed, but without the stadium. And this amendment would delete the Minnesota Stadium Authority, delete the state stadium funding. Basically, it goes down the line and just removes every stadium-related portion of the bill we just passed out of there. So it is just charitable gaming, because I recognize that Viking Stadium is a priority, but so is taking care of our charities. And this is sort of a way to no matter what, make sure we're taking care of the charities.
Discussion of the author's amendment. All those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Seeing no further amendments at the desk, clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1856 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. Call the member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move a recess to the call of the chair until approximately 11:30 p.m.
Representative Dean moves a recess to the call of the chair to approximately 11:30 p.m. The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, GOP members will be caucusing immediately, and we'll be then coming back. There's some the Senate is just concluding their bonding bill. We just need to have a very brief caucus, and we'll come back and pick up from there. So apologies for the interruption, but we're taking things as they come.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Dean will yield.
He will yield, Representative Thiessen.
And I'm sorry, maybe I missed this, but are we going to be taking anything up other than we're waiting for the bonding bill on the Senate? Are we going to be taking anything else up beyond that?
Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, I don't believe so.
Further discussion. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Breinert. All those in favor of the Dean motion recess the call of the chair approximately 11:30 p.m. signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Stand in recess till approximately 11:30 p.m.